about those things. So unless I have made you think about the material, you won't be learning it. So in a lesson, I have to make sure every child is thinking on their own, by themselves. If I have somebody always sitting next to their clever friend who all day long can just copy the answers or ask them or listen to them and doesn't have to actually think for themselves or speak, they're not going to learn as much. Also, if I do things like, let's do a poster about caterpillars turning into butterflies, explaining what's happening, and somebody's job is to just colour in the wings on the butterfly. That's their task. It's a group poster. There's four people doing a poster about metamorphosis, and one of the children's job is to colour in the butterflies. What are they thinking about? They're thinking about, how do I colour in the wings on a butterfly? Does that mean they now understand more about metamorphosis? No. Why? Because they're not having to think about that. They're thinking about, how do I colour in the wings on the butterfly? So their thinking is about colouring in, not about the science. So what are they learning? They're learning about colouring in, not about science. So what you think about is what you learn. If I ask you to do a PowerPoint presentation about the history of Sophia, and you spend your whole time trying to do clever animations in the PowerPoint and select the right font for the lettering, you are thinking about how to make images change, what fonts. You're thinking about fonts and images. You're not thinking about what's the history of Sophia that I'm trying to communicate. So you can end up thinking and getting good at doing PowerPoint presentations and know nothing about the history of Sophia because you didn't think about it. Or my friend did all of that. And in my work, we come across a lot of children who have learned how to borrow answers off their neighbours. I think of a boy I met in a classroom last year. He was doing maths, and he said, he was just sitting there with his arms folded like this. And I said to him, so what are you doing? He said, oh no, James is doing these ones, I'll do the next ones. And that was his whole idea, that my friend does some of the problems and I do the other problems. And then they just copied each other's answers down, because they were thinking, well, it's a division of labour, it makes sense. And he was doing it because, as far as he was concerned, all the teachers... But he didn't do it himself. Half of them were his, half of them were his friend. And the teacher wasn't going to notice that student was just only doing half of the work, because they were checking to see that the work was on the book. And these are the sort of challenges we have.
Стига, това зарядно не.
They won't have done the work. Understanding is remembering in disguise. Also, this idea of the capacity to explain. So sometimes people say, I want them to understand the science, not just remember. And you think, well, understanding is just knowing more. I mean, if I understand something, I've got lots of knowledge, right? Think, that causes that. But it's wrong to say that knowing things and understanding are totally separate. They're not. People who understand things know them. So we have to develop the capacity to explain. A really good way to know if you know something is to see if you can explain it. And I'm going to show you that in a minute. Drills. Some things are really helpful to know off by heart. Just off by heart. Just facts. If I'm at say French, I like going to the cinema with my friends. I can say, j'aime bien aller au cinéma avec mes amis. I can say, avec mes amis. I just know what I say. I don't have to think about it. With my friends, avec mes amis. It's the whole phrase. It comes to my head straight away. I know it fluently. I'm not going, with, avec, mes friends, happy. Oh, it's like, I know it. I can say it because I know it. Like, what about number facts? Did you say something like that? Not the bonds. Do you know what not the bonds are? So if I say the words to describe the story is to do this. Okay, anther, pollen, stigma, ovule. And it's only by testing yourself that you can establish whether you know things. And we have to train students to do that. Do you know it? Do you know it? Let me test. Test, check. Test, check. And you have to make that normal part of the routine of learning. Not, I've explained it to you, copy it down in your book. And I see that lesson. I've seen that lesson 100 times. I explain the B, you only have to copy it down in your book. And it's not the same as tell the story yourself, check if you can learn it, and now we've kind of got a story. And now write down your story. Write it down. Now you write it down in your own words because it's knowledge you kind of started to establish. Now sometimes teachers complain and say, but that takes too long. And you think, well, it might take longer to begin with, but as children learn more, they become more confident. Okay, so I'm going to move on a little bit because I'm trying to give you a flavour of the sorts of things we're doing here. Let me give you another bit of background here, a couple of other references, and then we're going to talk about the professional development element of this. So it's a bit, hopefully you've got a flavour, but I thought I'd do some practical things at the beginning because we need to understand. What Dylan Williams says is this. Dylan Williams is a very famous researcher, academic in the UK. He's been at the forefront of this type of work for decades. This paper came out in 1998. I'd been teaching for 10 years by then. It's the first time I read a paper about lessons. And Dylan Williams and Paul Black, who wrote this paper, said, teachers often, and I'll read it out, the teacher, by lowering the level of questions and by accepting answers from a few, can keep the lesson going, but can be out of touch with the understanding of most of the class. So what that would mean is, in that anther lesson, I explain the whole pollination story, and I just say, so what was the part of the flower with the pollen on it? Michael puts his hand up. Michael, yes? Anther, well done. And then the pollen goes over to the female part of the flower. What was that called? Susie, yes? Stigma, well done. And we move on. So 2 students say a thing, and I go, well done, and I move on. And I am therefore out of touch with the understanding of most of the class. I don't know if you knew it or not. In fact, I haven't even invited you to find out if you knew it. So we have to do better than that. And the techniques we're talking about are all about this. Now, the work I often refer to is that provides a lot of solutions to this as Rosenshine's Principles of Instruction. Now, Barrett Rosenshine wrote this stuff going back to sort of the 80s, 90s. But he's famous for this particular, more recently, this publication which came out in 2012 in the famous American Educator magazine.
Но е по-известен с публикацията си от 2012 година. Така или иначе, той предлага 10 принципа. Аз написах една кратка брошура въз основа на тези принципи, като съм ги обединил в 4 основни области. Какво казва Розеншайн? Какво правят учителите? Учителите проверяват и трябва да проверяват дали учениците са запомнили всичко. Ако учителите са ефективни, те много често преразглеждат материалите, много често задават въпроси на всички свои ученици, разчленяват материала на малки стъпки, на малки парчета. Също така правят модел на това, което трябва да бъде научено и им показват стъпка по стъпка как да се справят. Например, как текста се състои от абзаци. Абзацът се състои от изречения, като изготвят модели, като диаграмата, например, която може да се използва.
And finally, we guide practice. We make sure everyone is succeeding with a high success rate, and he says about an 80% success rate is optimum. And when those children have got an 80% success rate, we can start saying, well, let's see if you can do it by yourself now. So we help them to be successful with guidance before we ask them to do things by themselves. And that is an important flow. So Rosenshine's principles are helpful, but what he doesn't say is how to do any of them exactly. So this is why we need a whole group of techniques to help people put these ideas into practice. So I just want to, I'm just trying to sort of like, you know...
Да ни помогнат в работата. Мисля, че може да поговорим.
Dan Willingham, Dylan William, Rosenshine's principles, Graham Nuttall, Teach Like a Champion, all these ideas, there's hundreds of them. How do we get them so that the teachers understand them and are doing them in the lessons? And this is really where we're getting into this whole policy kind of type area. How do we do it? Well, luckily, teacher development is studied. Teacher development is studied, and there's a lot of evidence about it. One good source, I'm going to just talk about 3 sources. One of them is a paper called Practice with Purpose by a group of researchers in Texas called Deans for Impact. And this is what they say. If you're going to improve as a teacher, there's a 5-step process they talk about. First of all, you have to push beyond what you're currently doing. So it sounds obvious, doesn't it? But unless you do something differently, you're doing something the same. And that's not improvement. So we don't get better by doing the same. So the first thing is you have to get teachers to push beyond what they're currently doing and say, let's do something different. But that only has to be a small step, but it needs to be a change. So what are the changes you're going to make to your practice? The second thing is you have to have a specific goal. So for example, you don't get better at teaching by saying, I want to get better at teaching. Like, what do you mean? Like, you have to say, well, even I want to get better at questioning. That's too big. I can get better at teaching by saying, when I do think, pair, share, I'm going to get everybody thinking on their own before they share with their partner. That's my specific goal. I'm going to get everyone to think on their own and then share with their partner. That is a specific focus. So that all the children have better ideas for their writing, or all the children understand the maths problems better. That could be your goal. Then you have to focus on something. You don't get better at teaching by 1 week doing this, the next week doing that, the next week doing this, the next week doing that. You have to focus. You have to have a sharp focus, a few ideas, maybe just one, and work on it till you've embedded it into your practice. And that means your leaders are not going to help you if every week they're telling you.
Няма как и вашите ръководители да ви помогнат, ако всяка седмица ви възлагат различни задачи. Лидерите трябва да позволят на учителите да се концентрират върху...
We need feedback. It's a thing which some teachers don't like to hear, but it's true. It's studied, it's been shown. Teachers improve more rapidly if they get feedback. We are not that good at diagnosing our own problems always. How many of you, put your hand up, if you've ever watched yourself teach on video? Some of you have, yeah. It's painful, isn't it? It's awkward. You just spend the whole time going, why was I wearing that shirt? Or, oh my God, I sound like my dad, you know, or my mum. And it's awkward. The first time I ever watched myself on video when I was doing my teacher training, and I was just horrified. I stopped. I just was like, oh my gosh. I was like, hey. I was like a clown. I was like, I'm teaching physics like I'm a showman. And the whole thing was just terrible. I wanted to say, stop talking, stand still, let the material come to the front, not you. They haven't come to watch you, they've come to learn physics. I'm a physics teacher. So feedback, you need feedback, and whether you generate it yourself by watching yourself on video, or someone comes in that you trust and can tell you things that you need to hear, is important. We have to have a culture where we are open to feedback, and teachers are much less likely to improve.
Стая да е отворена към обратна връзка, защото няма как да се подобрят неща.
You need to know why. Why do I have this problem? What happens if I do this? What happens if I do that? That works better because you need to have a mental model for the reason why things work and don't work. So that's one set of ideas. Another paper, this was from 2015 as well, a group in the UK called the Teacher Development Trust. What they found works from the research into teaching is effective professional development has to be built, I'll just go through the list, built in, which means it's in the calendar, it's totally planned, it's not once a year or twice a year or whenever you can find time. It's regular slots, a few weeks apart throughout the school year. That's the best model, because teachers can think about a few things and reflect on them regularly. We focus on whether the training impacts the students. So if I'm improving my practice,
трябва да се фокус върху отражението върху учениците.
So when someone says, is that technique,
Дали учениците учат по-добре?
are the children learning more? Not
Тоест, така оценяваме дали някаква техника работи. Всеки може да оцени нещо си. Вие може да оцените както аз говоря пред вас. Ще кажете, хареса ми, не ми хареса. Ако хапнете нещо вкусно на обяд, ще кажете, ами супер беше конференцията. Запознах се с готини хора, слънчево беше. И това е ваша оценка. Обаче, кое е важното? По-важното е, като се приберете от дома и продължите да преподавате, дали това ще има отражение върху учениците. Тоест не може да правите оценка на нещо, преди да го използвате и да видите дали работи или не. Това е истината. Трябва да се отдели време и учителите да се ангажират с изграждане на култура. И ето тук виждам срещу себе си хора, които просто отказват, не се чувстват удобно и това е окей, но хубаво е да сме се ангажирали, всички да научават нещо, да сме на една вълна, в една култура, да вярваме в едно и също нещо. Да, някой учител, някой колега може да каже, ами не вярвам в това, не ми харесва тая работа. Как се пренася това в техниките? Ако някой използва техниката работа по групи, защото много му харесва, това не е достатъчно. Трябва да види дали работи тази техника. И трябва да види защо всъщност му харесва тая техника, при условие, че тя не работи. Култура на екипите. Например, учителите по математика в едно училище, може би имат сред тях един лидер, който винаги казва, не, това дето Явор го говори, няма никакво значение, ще си работим както винаги сме си работили. Това е културата на екипа по математика. Ако се изгради такава култура, тя влияе на всички. Не може никой да постигне напредък, докато не се анализира това, не се види, защото те математици не искат да променят нищо. Защото културата им е такава. Те казват, че всичко си е наред. В същото училище може да има друг екип по друг предмет, които са много по-ентусиазирани, споделят уроците си, гледат се, изпробват нови неща. Културата на този екип е насочена към експерименти, към нови идеи. Такива са. Екипа има определена култура и това е много силен феномен. Това трябва да се анализира. А ако вие сте лидер, каква култура изграждате в своя екип? Тя позитивна ли е, с посока към бъдещето или е дефанзивна, блокираща промените? Важно е да се промени нагласата на лидера. И накрая, според това изследване, трябва да има поле и за избор. Не прекалено голям избор обаче. Училищата напредват по-бързо, ако автономията на учителите е важна и всеки се оставя да прави каквото си иска, едно. Ако имаме обща цел да правим нещо заедно, ще се учим един от друг и учениците ще преживяват училището по подобен начин. Тоест тук трябва да има един фин баланс между това всеки да има някаква свобода да прави определени неща по време на своите уроци, но и съобразяване с приоритетите и културата на училището. Преди да продължим, имайте предвид, че и ораторите и лекторите трябва да се прекъсваме, да даваме на слушателите време да си помислят как, например, изглежда вашето училище. Смятате ли, че тези стъпки са изпълнени? Имате ли заделено време в графика за обучение? Имате ли фокус върху отражението сред учениците? Каква е културата на вашия екип? Има ли ангажимент за изграждане на ценности? Самото училище има ли посока? Давам ви време да си помислите и да отговорите на тези въпроси с партньора си в свободен разговор с партньора в двойката.
Okay, thank you.
Благодаря.
Right, so just to move on a bit, there's another theoretical framing, and we cover this in
Още
some detail
една
in our
теория ще ви
walkthroughs book,
опиша.
a report
Ние
of
сме засегнали до някъде
this
в
concept of
нашите
mechanisms for
книги.
professional development. And there's a really good
Механизмите за
study by
професионално развитие. Има едно
in England we have this
проучване
research group called the Education Endowment Foundation.
от Education
And in
Endowment
2021
Foundation. Това е една група за изследвания.
And they suggested that there's no one model which is the best.
2011 правят това проучване. Казват, няма един добър модел, един единствен, но тези, които сработват, имат общи характеристики. Те идентифицират 14 механизма, които имат положителен ефект върху професионалното развитие. Първата група е изграждането на познания. Когато преподаваме,
like as we would teach students, which is that we build on their prior knowledge and we manage cognitive load. So we don't do too many things at once. We revisit prior knowledge. We say, what do you already know? And let's build on that. So it's important to understand that in a good professional development process, you're not always doing new things the whole time.
Понякога учителите обаче казват, това не е нищо ново. Наистина не е ново. Така се преподава, в миналото се е преподавало, сега се преподава. Тоест, едни и същи идеи се надграждат. В тази връзка е важно да се връщаме към първоначалните идеи. Тоест, обученията не трябва да са само върху нови неща. Те са и върху фундаменталното в нашата практика. Принципите на Розеншайн, например, не са нищо ново. Те са начина, по който се преподава от десетилетия. Просто не всички преподават еднакво добре. Затова е по-добре понякога да се върнем към основите, а не да учим изцяло нови неща. Връщането към основите е първата група механизми. Втората група механизми е свързана с мотивацията. Имаме 3 неща тук. Мотивацията е изключително важна. Учителите не трябва да ги караме да правят промени. Те трябва да решат да направят промени. Мотивацията не се гради, когато културата е на стриктна отчетност. Какво се получава, ако имаме такава стриктна отчетност? Става това, което правите като има полицай. Тоест, учителят трябва да е пред колата ви. Учителят трябва да е мотивиран, трябва да има някаква цел през следващите няколко цели. Например, първата ми цел е да обясня на учениците, че в края на упражнението ще трябва да някой да сподели. Съвсем конкретна цел. Не цел, която ви е зададена с атестацията, която ви е направил вашия шеф веднъж в годината. Това, което пише в оценката ви за годината, няма да промени начина, по който работите с учениците по двойки. Не, целта ви трябва да е много конкретна и много специфична. Утре влизам в час и ето какво ще направя. И другото е достоверност, увереност. Все учителите по природа са скептици. Трябват ни ясни доказателства, че това, което правим, ще сработи. По-късно ще говоря по тази темата в рамката на компетенциите. И окуражаването също е важно, т.е. да имате потвърждение, че това, което правите, работи. Положителната оценка и потвърждението, че вървите напред, също са много важни. Това са нещата в мотивацията. И така, първия механизъм е надграждане, втория механизъм е мотивиране, третия механизъм са техниките. Трябва да се покаже как се използват техниките. Една добра обучителна сесия означава да се демонстрира стъпка по стъпка. В училище, например, трябва да има някой, вие в случая, който да покаже на колегите как се използва конкретно дадена техника. Що го правим помежду си, защото така си оказваме и социална подкрепа. Учителите постигат повече, ако правят нещата заедно, а не са оставени сами за себе си. Така се вижда, че всички имате подобни проблеми. Ако някой излезе с решение, другите решават да го пробват. Т.е. така се изгражда и солидарност посредством колективни действия. Моделиране, т.е. показване, демонстрация, може да го направите и вие, може да покажете видеоклип, репетиции. Хубаво е да се наблюдаваме един друг и културата, която изграждаме, да е отворена към получаване на обратна връзка. И накрая последните механизми са свързани с прилагане на практика. Голямата пречка е, когато имате много учители, събрали сте ги, обяснили сте им какво да правят, те са разбрали, обаче не го прилагат. Това не е пропастта между знаенето и правенето. Важи и за възрастните, и за децата. На английски, на всеки език, разбира се, когато се преподава, започвате да обяснявате как се пише изречение. Почваме с голяма буква, завършваме с точка. Обяснили сме го това, после питаме детето как се прави изречение, ми почвам с голяма буква, завършвам с точка, ама на практика прави ли го? Не го прави. Тоест, знае, че трябва, ама не го правиш точно. Тоест, забравило или пък не обърнал внимание. Учителите са същите. Тоест, последните механизми са свързани с прилагането на практика, правенето на нещата, които сме решили да правим. Трябва да си напомняме какво трябва да правим, да имаме подсказки. Ето, това е подсказката. Това са стъпките на техниката работа по двойки. Тоест, стъпките ви припомнят, повтаряте колкото се налага, с планиране на действията. Трябва да планирате. Какво ще правите, като влезете в 5-ти клас по география следващата седмица? Вие си планирате уроците. Но планирането, проследяването и повторението са много важни елементи от прилагането на практика. А някои постоянно повтарят на учениците си: помни това, помни онова. И въпреки това не се получава, понякога се налага много пъти да се повтори цикъла в течение на седмици, месеци, срокове, ако трябва, година. Така се усъвършенстваме. Тоест, момента на обучение е само първата стъпка от поредица, която ще продължи с седмици и месеци. Имаме отделни термини, с които описваме тези техники. Когато се съберем в групата, трябва да използваме една и съща терминология, за да сме наясно за коя конкретна техника говорим. Ако всички са наясно с терминологията, ще са наясно за какво точно говорим, така разговорите ще текат много по-гладко, всеки ще е наясно какво ще прави, наблюдаващия ще е наясно за какво наблюдава и накрая ще даде много по-добра обратна връзка. Така че е важно всички да са на една страница, да знаят за какво става дума при техниката. Преди малко ви споменах, показах какъв сигнал правя за привличане на вниманието. Ето, слизам. Този прост сигнал също можем да го кодифицираме в такава техника. Избирате си сигнал. Аз, например, казвам 3, 2, 1, внимавайте, някои учители пляскат, други ползват някакъв там таймер, който звъни, някои даже с камбанка го правят на катедрата. Независимо какво си изберете, трябва да го изрепетирате, да покажете на децата, да направите пауза и после да настоявате, да изчакате. Сега, не знам, сега ще ви разкажа една история, не знам как ще се преведе. Когато бях директор, въведахме тази идея в моето училище. Аз направих обучението. И после минах през стаите да видя какво става. 3 седмици след обучението, което направих, по математика влязах и учителката там така прави. Настоявам. Питах я, защо така викаш настоявам? Ама ти каза сигнал, пауза, настоявам. Не казвам да казваш настоявам. Просто да си настоятелна. Тя много хубаво, добре, че аз каза математичката, знаех, че е глупаво, ама го правя, защото ти така каза. Тоест, тя остана с впечатлението, че съм казал да казва настоявам. Дори аз самия, колкото и да се бях старал да проведа обучението като хората, бях пропуснал да проверя дали моите учители са ме разбрали. Някои ме бяха разбрали, обаче тази математичка 3 седмици беше сочила към децата и беше крещяла настоявам. Дори да сме сигурни, че правилно сме предали идеята, трябва да проверим. Посочването произволно. Вече го показах, но нека да отделим и малко време на него. Посочването какво означава, че никой не е вдигнал ръка, никой не е казал отговора на глас. Означава ние да зададем такъв въпрос, че всеки да се почувства попитан. Например, задал съм на класа въпроса така. И така всички. Помислете, давам задача. И после правя пауза, за да си помислят. Така всички са чули въпрос. И така започвам с: моля всички, помислете. Или пък задавам въпрос на целия клас. Или пък ще кажа: добре, всички внимавайте. Тоест всички се чувстват попитани. Не казвам конкретно име. Не казвам кой ще ми каже как се казва. Ако започна с кой ще ми каже, някой ще дигне ръка. А другите ще се скатаят. Моята теория е следната. По време на час, когато ти дадат възможност да дигнеш ръка и да отговориш, има деца, които никога не вдигат ръка. Защо? Защото не отговарят, не вдигат ръка. Дъщеря ми винаги се оплакваше в 8 клас по география, защото там всички момчета дигаха ръка, много настояваха тях да ги дигнат. И в такъв случай тя не би дигнала ръка. Тя се притесняваше. Учителя ми казваше, ще е хубаво Дейзи да дига ръка. Аз казах, твоята работа е да направиш нещата така, че и моята дъщеря да иска да отговори. Тя няма да се бори за внимание с момчетата. Дъщеря ми се срамуваше до мен, беше седнала, но аз прецених, че е важно. Когато посочвате някой да отговори, нека това да стане в приятна и безопасна среда. Тоест не трябва да казвате коя е следващата жертва. Даже жертва казват. Когато получим отговор, трябва да реагираме. Ето, виждате как вървеше диалога помежду ви, т.е. има обмен на информация. Единия казва едно, другия казва друго. Не отговаряме се, да, хубаво. Слушаме и влизаме в диалог. И още един поне молим да отговори, т.е. не само един. Нека да ви го покажа как работи. Защо? Кой въпрос е добър? Такъв, на който може да се говори, всеки да може да отговори. Трябва да има някакво структурирано изказване, не отговор да е синьо. Тоест, въпросът какъв цвят е небето не е добър. Да речем, литература или авторско писане имаме тук. И въпросът, който ще задам е какви биха могли да са цветовете на небето. И така, помислете, първо самостоятелно, без да споделяте с партньора, какви цветове може да е небето. Какво ще кажете? Хайде, помислете. Ако искате, си водете и записки, отбележете си цветовете. Какви са цветовете? И сега като вървя между вас и ви гледам, подчертавам, че всеки един от вас трябва да помисли, защото всеки един от вас може да се наложи да отговаря. Ето, оставил съм ви време да поразсъждавате. И сега се приближавам до вас. Как се казвате? Мария. Ти с какви цветове ще опишеш небето? One by one, you mean? One by one.
Rainbow.
Цветовете на дъгата. Цветове на залеза, червено, оранжево, жълто, синьо. Всички цветове. Цветовете на дъгата. Как си запомнила цветовете на дъгата? Ляво, зелено, червено, оранжево, синьо. Какво пропускам? Да, не са малко. На английски имаме едно изречение, с което първите думи не дават цветовете, както са подредени в дъгата. Така. Казахте цветовете на дъгата, отделно казахте цветовете на залеза, ама те са различни. Имат нюанси. Имате предвид, че има различни нюанси. Ето това е отговора на Мария. Нюанси на оранжевото, цветове на дъгата, чудесно. А кой друг сега ще каже? Предполага се, че сте слушали отговора на Мария. Сега ще отида отпред и ще попитам вас. Много цветове. Харесват ми цветовете в Сахара, въпреки че се дължат на замърсяване. Там пак са оранжеви нюанси, оранжевеникави, бежови заради пясъка. Какво означава бежов? Светло кафяво, много светло кафяво. Тоест тук имаме цветове на дъгата, оранжево, залеза, а тук цветовете на Сахара, въпреки замърсяването. Нещо друго, вие какви цветове измислихте? Някой цвет да сме пропуснали? Оранжево и нюансите. Вие за какво мислихте? За розово. Може ли небето да е розово? Кога? На залез. Знаете ли защо небето е розово по залез? Съвсем светло розово заради облаците. Интересно. Значи, понеже Слънцето е близо до хоризонта, светлината трябва да премине през повече атмосфера, т.е. се виждат розовите оттенъци. Ето вижте как съм ангажиран с класа. Същевременно разбирам какво мислят различни хора произволно. Всички изглеждат ангажирани, така изглежда произволното посочване. А сега сравнете. Всички. Какви цветове може да е небето? Всички. И тогава ще почнат учениците да се обаждат. Червено, зелено. И учителя вика хубаво. Ако задам въпрос така. Кой ще ми каже кои са цветовете? Някой дига ръка. Доброволец. Ако избирате да ви отговарят хората с дигната ръка, това са тези, които ще доминират в клас. Ако следите, наблюдавате урок, при който учителя позволява вдигане на ръка, ще забележите, че има 6-7 деца, които само те говорят, а 20 деца нищо не казват. И дори да се заблуждава учителя, че всичко е наред, не е. Забелязвате ли как аз ви дадох време да си помислите и когато посочвах кой да ми отговори, се опитвах да влизам в диалог. Понякога темата е по-фактическа. Въпросът е, знаеш ли коя е столицата на Сомалия? Не знам. Тоест пряк въпрос, пряк отговор. Коя е столицата на Сомалия? Знаеш ли коя е? Някой знае ли коя е столицата на Сомалия? Чудесно. Един човек в залата каза правилния отговор. Как казвате? Алекс знае отговора. Каза ми, когато казах чудесно, браво. И сега проверявам. Какво каза той? Той каза да повтори. Ето вижте, той е казал отговора, а някой отстрани не е разбрал. Аз като учител мога да стана с впечатлението, че всички са разбрали, защото Алекс се произнесъл думата. Обаче, ето, много хора настрани не са чули отговор. Ето, там казват, че не са чули. Столицата на Сомалия, Могадишо, ай всички, Могадишо. Може да го напишем. Тоест така проверявам. Дори да сте посочили произведен човек, той ви е дал правилния отговор. Ако не проверите, няма как да знаете дали всички. И сега мога да кажа, помислете си за столицата на Сомалия. Сега мога да дам подсказка. И така се стига обаче до гадаене. Сега, ако не знаеш коя е столицата, не знаеш коя е столицата. Не можеш да измислиш нещо, което не го знаеш. Та в този случай времето за размисъл е излишно, защото то се дава, когато вече разполагаме с предварителна информация и тя се обработва. Няма смисъл да се посочва произволно кой да отгадне каква е столицата. Ако не знаят, не знаят. Но ако вече сме казали коя е столицата, проверяваме с посочване. Когато посочваме някой да отговори, пак казвам, трябва да ги подканим по приятен начин. Какво ще се случи, ако не ни дадат верен отговор? Ако дадат половичат отговор? Ето сега вие ми разказахте за Сахара, вие ми говорите за розовите залези, а вие ми обяснявате за дъгата. И като учител аз трябва доста да се фокусирам и да мисля, на мен самия ми е интересно и аз започвам да преподавам по-добре. Тоест, моята реакция е, да, добре, дъга, хубаво. Тоест, да давам такива плоски отговори. Искам да и аз да задълбая. Така трябва да се прави преподаване. Само с микрофон ще помоля. Опитвам се да си представя как ще се работи в класната стая. Да, посочвам, обаче малките ученици много обичат да дават отговори, за това ги карам обикновено да дигат ръка. И тук не мога да си представя как ще се работи. Дала съм им време за мислене и съм виждала, че те са нетърпеливи да кажат нещо. Чудесен въпрос. Колко е часа всъщност? Как вървим с времето? Имаме 5 минути. Чудесен въпрос. Така се получава понякога. На края на посочването има друга техника, дигане на ръка за идеи. Обаче трябва да обучите учениците да я използват. Спомняте ли си как обясних защо не трябва да се вдигат ръце, за да има всеки шанс да помисли? Много е трудно да мислиш, ако някой се обажда непоканен или е дигнал ръка. Ето вижте как протече един отговор, втори отговор, трети отговор. И сега вече мога да попитам, някой иска ли да каже друг цвят, за който не сме чули още? Тук някой може да дигне ръка и веднага да се обади черно. И тогава аз ще кажа, защо? Чудесно, защо никой не е казал черно? Така действаме. Задаваме въпроса, някой друг иска ли да добави нещо? Ръка зелено. Обучаваме си децата, че ще настъпи техния час, но не първоначално. Второ, някой е казал, небето може да е зелено. Аз какво казвам? За тази тема говорихме миналата седмица. Дайте да направим упражнение по двойки и да си поговорите какво помните от урока миналата седмица за причините за зелено небе. Някой тук каза розово небе по залез. Ако сме говорили за спектъра на светлината, задавам въпрос защо светлината е розова, но в режим по двойки. И така, първо беше произволно посочване, после втора стъпка дигане на ръка или после втора стъпка работа по двойки. Трябва да следите енергията в стаята. Произволното посочване е много добра техника, но тя не трае дълго. Можете 1, 2, 3, 4 да посочите, обаче ако продължите, на всички ще им омръзне. Вече няма търпение да се обадят. Тоест трябва да следите ритъма на урока. Чули сте няколко посочвания, после работа по двойки, после дигане на ръка, после пак по двойки. Тоест трябва различни техники на ангажиране да използваме и то не прекомерно дълго. Така преподаването става по-интересно. Ако сте овладели техниките, трябва също така да мислите в кой момент коя е подходяща, как да ги комбинирате. С това също ще се займем след малко. Сега в малко прекалено удължих моето изказване, защото министъра не се изказа както обикновено в рамките на половин час. И така, благодаря ви за участието ентусиазирано. Сега ще има почивка. Колко ще бъде тя? Половин час заслужена почивка. Благодаря ви.
Малка почивка. Очакваме ви точно 12. Благодаря.
2, 1, 2. Testing. Yeah, good. Okay.
И така. Мисля, че почти всички вече се събрахме. Може някои хора да са се отказали заради мен. Сега няколко човека все още липсват. Нека да се уверим, че всички са тук преди да започнем. Обаче времето ни притиска, така че ще започвам и се надявам да се съберем. Мисля, че в 1 часа ще направим почивка за обяд. Добре? Радвам се, че сме пак заедно. Надявам се, че първата част ви е била приятна. Сега ще започна с една интерактивна задача и после ще говорим за това как настоящата програма да се приложи в училище. Ще използвам тази техника като за пример. Това са възможности за използване на дъска, за да покажем или демонстрираме нещо. Постоянно ще говоря за това, как тази техника може да се прилага и колко полезно е да се направи обучение за цялото училище. Само да се убедя, че всичко е наред. Това е още една техника, която според мен е много полезна и е свързана с питането на произволни въпроси на произволен принцип по-скоро и работата по двойки. Нека да използваме това като принцип. Да кажем, че искаме да въведем тази техника в цялото училище. Защо? Защото ако се опитаме да проверим доколко децата разбират това, което се преподава, за сега сме разгледали 2 техники. Едната е обсъждане по двойки, изподеляне, което е чудесно, и избор на произволен ученик, което е много хубаво, защото ми дава възможност да проверя какво знаят. Но тук, така или иначе, ще разбера само какво са научили част от учениците. Още не съм разбрал всички какво са разбрали. Ако да кажем, не сте били избрани, не съм ви чул. Но да, вероятно сте мислили за цветовете, за модела на паметта, за челата, мислили сте, говорили сте, обаче аз лично не съм ви чул. Има една техника, която ми дава възможност да изпитам всички едновременно. Тази дъска или лист, който ми показва твоя отговор, ще ви покажа именно как това може да стане. Раздали сме си хартия, листа хартия, така че всеки има възможност да си представи, че това е бяла дъска. И на тази дъска мога да си напиша името горе в единия ъгъл и да ви покажа. Броим 3, 2, 1 и показваме. Моля, упражнявайте се. Подгответе си един лист хартия и химикалка, напишете си името горе вляво, така ще знам, че следвате инструкциите. Моля на този лист да напишете името си на този лист хартия, горе вляво и набързо ще ви покажа. Ще ви покажа как работи. На всеки нас трябва една дъска, в този случай лист и химикалка. Пишете си името, показвате ли? Броим 3, 2, 1, покажете ми. Като кажа не сега, но като кажа покажете, го показвате, държите го така, докато не ви кажа да го свалите. Държите го горе и аз ще ви кажа кога да го свалите, защото имам нужда от достатъчно време да го гледам. 3, 2, 1, покажете. Ако всички сте изпълнили инструкциите, би трябвало да мога да се разходя и да видя, че сте си написали имената. Идвам тук, гледам, вие сте ги свалили, но не дейте. Дръжте ги горе, минавам, гледам дали всеки. Вие готови ли сте? Дали всеки го направя? Дайте, моля, покажете. Нека да видя. Добре, чудесно. Добре. Това може да се използва за различни неща. Ако искам да разберете дали сте разбрали или не. Сега, примерно, искам да разбера дали сте разбрали нещо.
from your neighbor.
Питайте се да си
Because I want to know
скриете
if you
отговора
know
от
it. I don't
съседчето
want
си,
to find out
защото
if
искам
you
да
can
разбера
copy
дали
it off your neighbor.
всеки е разбрал, а не
So
дали
when you're
всеки може да
writing,
препише.
keep it
Така че
nice and
когато
secret. And when
пишете,
you're ready,
пишете
just hold
дискретно
your
и като
board
сте
like
готови,
this.
си
So
скрийте
I know you're ready.
отговора, така че аз да знам, че сте готови, но другите да не виждат отговора.
So they'll be silent. No. Don't whisper. Should be, listen. Shh. Should be silent. No sharing. So write what you think the answer is. If you don't know, put a question mark. If you don't know, put a question mark, because that'll tell me you really don't know, and that's fine. Don't guess. Just, if you don't know, just put a question mark. All right, let's see how we got on. 3, 2, 1, and show me. Keep the board up nice and high. All right, interesting. So looking along the answers, keep it up. Yeah, some interesting. Keep it up until I say. We've got people who aren't sure. Right. Okay. Interesting. Okay, look at that. Okay, boards down. Now what that tells me, you see, what that tells me, okay, let's have everyone quiet now. 3, 2, 1, and listening. So what that tells me, I get a big wave of information there, quicker than any other way there's possible. I now know that in the room, approximately half of you know the answer, which isn't bad, and it's Canberra. Canberra. In English spelling, we'd say C-A-N-B-E-R-R-A, Canberra. Some of you think it's Sydney, which is a common mistake. So some of you think it's Sydney, but it's not, it's Canberra. And I also saw a couple of Melbournes, which is another big city in Sydney, in Australia, but not the capital. And I'd say about a third of you didn't know at all and just put a question mark. And that's, as a teacher, that's really helpful, isn't it? Because I now know we kind of need to re-establish that it's Canberra and teach you it. And if you all put Canberra, I'd go, oh, everyone knows it's Canberra, but you didn't. And that told me that. What about this question? Who were the last 5 US presidents? Just write, see which ones you remember. Starting from, we can go Trump is the current one. I'll give you one for free. So start with him, go back. Remember, don't get it off your neighbor. Some of you, notice your habit. Some of you are looking at your neighbor and trying, some of you, I'm going to stop actually, everyone. Everyone stop and listen. Everyone's attention. 3, 2, there's a couple of people I'm looking for your attention here. Okay, now notice your instinct. Some of you, when you're asked the question, immediately, and you're still talking here, are just going, ooh, yeah. Like you're checking with the person next to you straight away. And you're grown-ups. And I ask you to do it on your own, and you're adults, and even you think what matters is not to be wrong. Even you think what matters is not to be wrong, and it's better to copy from my friend than to be honest about what I know. And that is your culture in your head. Now that is a really interesting thing, isn't it? So that's one of the things we have to tackle at a whole school level. It's okay to be wrong, and what matters is that the teacher understands what I know. That's the most important thing. Not that I can pretend I know things that I don't know. We're not here to fake it. And notice your own behaviors as learners in these training moments. So I'm trying to do a training session with you so you experience it. And that helps get the message across to teachers. Like, why do we do this? I need to know whether you know this information, but you are copying off each other. And you're the teacher. And you have to examine your own attitude to learning. I only know two of these, and I'm going to be honest and say, here's the two I know. And that's good. That's what you want. Not, oh yeah, of course, oh yeah, oh great, I've got all five now. So you have to think about the mental discipline that you're trying to instill in your students. Let's be really honest. So some schools do this, they say like, they're bored to the chest, now show me. Anyway, let's see what we come up with. 3, 2, 1, and show me. Now, it's already harder to check because there's 5, and you've all written them in Bulgarian, which is also hard. So, interesting. Yeah, wow. I'm loving all the Cyrillic writing that I can't read. Fantastic. Why would you write it in English, obviously? Okay, so yes, we've got Clinton, Obama. Now let's see, but let's go back the other way. Trump, Biden, Trump, Obama, Bush. You got that? Yeah? Fantastic. Okay. But the reason I'm showing you this is that in doing the technique with you, you are experiencing it and you're thinking about what it does. And you're thinking about my behaviors as a learner. And notice the need to be right, the need to kind of not be found out. So if we have, I love it when someone's just written a big question mark and going, I don't know. Okay, let's try one more. Last one. Are you ready for this? Remember, are you ready for this? It's going to make you think hard. I want you to write this out in full with the method. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. What is 386 plus 647 using the column addition method? So let me see if you can do that. Means write them underneath each other. Show me that you can carry the tens. Let's see if we can work out. I'll keep it to your chest. Much harder to copy this one. Who'd have thought you'd come to a conference and do maths, eh? Okay, you can put it down, but everyone can see your answer. All right, 3, 2, 1, and show me. Okay, we're getting a very high success rate here. And nearly everyone, but not quite, nearly everyone has got the answer 1033. Right, now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask somebody to explain their method. So, what's your name? Gada. Do you want to talk us through the method then? How did you work it out? Okay, do it in Bulgarian, that's fine.
Ами, започнах отзад. И 6 плюс 7 е 15, 13.
Yeah.
13, после добавих 1 отгоре, после 8 плюс 6 плюс 1 и после 3 плюс 6 плюс 1.
Okay.
И стана 1033.
Okay, does that make sense to everyone? Yeah, did she get it right? I don't understand what you said there, but what I'm hoping, it was something to do with carrying, 7 plus 6 is 13, so we carry the 10 into the tens column. Then we have 10 plus 80 plus 40, which is 90 plus 130, so we carry the 1 into the next column. We've got 1, 3, and 6 makes 10, so we have 10 plus 30 plus 3, 1033. That's the answer. Now, a high success rate, that told me you all nearly, there's 2 people I noticed made an error, and I could go and speak to them and check now, but I'm not going to expose that in front of everybody, but I noticed that, and I know that about them, that they made a mistake, and they could self-correct if we wrote the answer on the board. But nearly everyone can do that, and I got that feedback. So that's a really powerful technique, and there's no real other way of doing that except running around the room checking, which I could also do. So, this is the idea. Now, here's the story I want to tell. In a school with a really strong program, this is a school in London that I'm thinking of now, this is what happens. They have identified these 3 techniques. These are our core techniques. There are hundreds of techniques. They've chosen to focus on 3 things linked to checking for understanding. Think, pair, share, cold calling, and show me boards. And we've done all of the 3 of those this morning. When the teachers arrive new, a new teacher comes into the school, they have a special training program. They say, welcome to our school. Everyone here uses think, pair, share, cold calling, and show me boards. So we do a special training session so everyone knows. So I saw a lesson where a teacher who was in her first year of teaching, a brand new teacher, comes to that school. She was a maths teacher, and she has had the training of how to do those techniques. All the other teachers use the techniques as well, so the students are really familiar with them because all the teachers use the techniques, which is really helpful. And the teacher wanted to find out, can everybody add 1/4 plus 1/5? Like, can you do this from primary school? Let's find out. So what does she do? She's thinking, how do I find out? Does everyone know how to do it? Show me boards. So everyone show me, 3, 2, 1, and show me. And she looked across the room and she went, oh, that's interesting. Here's the answers I'm seeing. 0.45, 9/20, and 2/9. Now, which of those is correct? So she went to the back to this think, pair, share. You've already had a think because you showed me on your whiteboards. So let's just pair, share. Let's have partner A, you go first, and then swap. Which one do you think is correct? Is it A, B, or C? And they were talking. I think it's this because of that. They were saying, is it B, is it A? And around the room, you could hear all the students were talking about the maths, which is correct and why. And then the teacher said, right, let's see what you think now. You've had a chance to discuss it. Back to show me boards. Show me now, which is the answer? 3, 2, 1, and show me. And they all had put B or 2 or 9/20. They all had put 9/20. And she said, wow, that's fantastic. She hadn't told them before what the correct answer was, but they now all gave her the correct answer. So she then had noticed some children had changed their... Now, Natalie, I noticed you put 0.45 and now you've put 9/20. Why did you change your mind? And this girl was saying, well, I worked it out as 0.2 plus 0.25, and then I make 0.245, but I forgot to convert it back.
Предишния път бях сметнала 0,2 плюс 0,25, обаче не съм превърнала дробите от десетични. И когато си говорих с моята съученичка, си дадох сметка, че просто съм забравила последната стъпка от уравнението. След това учителката пита друга ученичка защо си е променила мнението и тя каза, аз бях забравила да превърна дробите в такива с еднакъв знаменател. И после учителката
added the numbers up. They're just not thinking about what the meaning of the 4 and the 5 are, the number of parts in a whole, the meaning of fractions. So you have to convert them into fractions of the same size to add them up, and that person is not thinking about that. And this girl gave a great answer. So in about 7 or 8 minutes, the teacher had used think, pair, share. Every single student was talking. She used show me boards twice so she could see everybody's answer. And she used cold calling to select students to explain their thinking, and everyone was thinking. Now that is a really good classroom. A really good classroom compared to a lesson where the teacher just says, right, so have you done adding fractions before? Who can tell me what's 1/4 plus 1/5? Keen child puts their hand up and the teacher picks them and says, what's 1/4 plus 1/5? And the one child gives the answer and that's it. Now, I've seen that lesson many times. Now, the difference between those two lessons is
Виждал съм и двата
massive.
варианта много пъти и разликата е огромна. В рамките на първия подход всеки един от учениците мисли активно, участва активно и дава отговор. За разлика от втория, при който само един мисли и отговаря. Това илюстрира колко голяма е разликата между стандартните методи и тези, които са приложени в училището, за което ви разказвам. Как изглежда това на практика? В рамките на едно училище, в цялата система, трябва да се случват няколко неща. Първо, трябва да има една система, при която има срещи, те се планират, провежда се обучение, наблюдават се уроците и всичко това трябва да се планира. Трябва да има процес, който да се прилага винаги, когато се срещаме. Каква е системата, как провеждаме дискусии, какъв е този процес, каква е системата. И на последно място, съдържание. Трябва да знаем думите, термините, които трябва да използваме, за да може максимално добре да се разбираме. Аз лично смятам, че всички тези три елемента трябва да са налице, за да работят нещата. Система, процес и съдържание. И това може да се случи на три нива. Първо на нивото на цялото училище, може всички заедно да участват и всички в училище да се съберат, всички учители, преподаватели и да възприемат този модел, да научат термините, свързани с процеса на обучение, с системата за проверяване на знания. Много често нещата трябва да слезнат едно ниво надолу. Ако, например, става въпрос за учители в начален етап или с още по-малки деца, на примерно 5-6 годишна възраст, техните нужди и ниво на разбиране ще са съвсем различно от тези на 5 и 6 клас. Също така, ако вие сте учители по математика, начина по който работите и изпитвате и задавате въпроси е съвсем различен от този, който ще използват колегите ви, които преподават, примерно, български или география. Така че срещите ни може да са различни, структурирани по теми или по възрасти. Също така, отделните учители имат свои собствени индивидуални нужди. Сега, проблема е да не се окаже така, че при някакви обстоятелства може да се окаже така, че ако всички си работят само в малките екипи, няма да има съответствие. Затова е важно да се работи и заедно. По групи, но и заедно, за да има хармонизация в рамките на цялото училище. И проблема е, че, разбира се, в едно училище се случват много неща, по много линии и изглежда много сложно и понякога малко объркано. Може да се окаже, че протичат най-различни срещи, успоредно, паралелно, те имат отношение едно към друго. Много учители се срещат в различни формации, говорят, мислят, обсъждат и ако нямаме една система, която да ни позволи нещата да се случват по един хармоничен начин, няма да стигнем много далеч. Ако това не се случи, няма да имаме последователност и хармонизирана практика, така че всичко това, което правят отделните учители и отделните екипи, отделните групи в рамките на училището да се движи в една обща посока. През последните години ни се наложи да вземем редица решения, за да изработим една такава система.
And when they meet together, they have an agenda which they discuss together. This is what we...
Учителите се срещат и решават какво искат да постигнат. Това може да е среща на учителите по математика, може да е среща на учителите, които водят първи, втори, трети клас, може да е среща между двама учители, които водят един и същи клас и се прави график, да се срещнат отново след 2-3 седмици. Решава се, че междувременно през тези 2-3 седмици те ще се упражняват в прилагане на тези техники и някой ще ги наблюдава. Тоест, между две срещи ще има наблюдение. Стигаме до втората среща, когато вече сме се наблюдавали и имаме информация доколко сме успели. Можем да поразсъждаваме рефлексия, дали има резултат, дали не. Можем да обсъдим как да вървим напред по-добре. Можем да направим втори план и цикъла се повтаря. Т.е. всяка една среща стартира нов цикъл и надгражда. Представете си, че сте треньор по футбол. Отговаряте за отбора по футбол. Не може да си седите в съблекалнята по време на матча и да чакате матча да свърши. И когато дойдат играчите в съблекалнята, тогава да ги питате, спечелихме ли? Добре ли играхте?
Did you do who scored the goals?
Кой вкара гол?
That would be ridiculous. If you're the coach of a football
Ако си
team, you
треньор
watch
на
the
футболен
players
отбор,
play.
отиваш и гледаш
You
как
watch the
играят
players play.
играчите.
The same is true for
Същото
teachers.
върши за учителите.
Unless you see teachers teaching, you don't know how well
Ако не
things are going.
наблюдаваш как
You don't have
преподава
any
един учител, няма как
basis
да
for the
прецениш
feedback
дали
conversation.
се справя
So
добре.
as teachers,
Нямаш
we need to
основа, върху
understand
която
that
да
the people
дадеш
leading
обратна
us
връзка.
need to see us teach.
Така че
And that
колегите
needs to
трябва
feel
да
good.
разберат, че трябва
No fear,
да ги
no judgment,
наблюдаваме
it's just
как
part of
преподават
the
и да се
process.
чувстват добре,
So,
докато ги наблюдават, без
notice there's a few options there. We can use video. We can
Има варианти,
pair up,
може
I'll
да се
discuss this in a
използва
minute.
видеозапис.
There are lots of different ways we can do this. But what we must do is understand
ще ви разкажа
that we
какви
need
са различните
to be
варианти,
observed.
но трябва да разбират
So that's what we're trying to set up. Now,
наблюдението е
to
необходимо.
design that system,
И така,
what we've worked out is that you basically
това
have to make
системата, за да
6
проработи.
decisions.
Тя трябва
6
да се
decisions.
вземат
So I'm going to
6
go through these
решения.
briefly.
Ще ви кажа кои
And
накратко.
in our walkthroughs material, we explore this in
материалите
depth.
с нашите техники,
So the first one is,
тези
I'll go
решения
through
са
them one by one. The
по-подробно
first one is,
разписано. Първо,
who are the people?
кой ще участва?
Who in your school
Кой във
does
вашето
this? Now, there are a number of
училище ще го
configurations.
прави?
There's no right or wrong.
Има различни варианти, няма правилен
I've got a
или
visual version of that. So it could
грешен
be pairs. You might have a system where everyone pairs up. I'm your coach, you're my coach.
Аз съм твой
If everyone
учител,
can
ти
do
си
it. If
мой
everyone is skilled enough to
учител.
coach each other,
Ако
some schools
всички имат достатъчно умения да се следят едни и други, да се обучават едни и други, това ще се работи. Другия вариант е да имаме обучител, треньор на няколко души. Т.е. аз само извършвам наблюдението, срещам се индивидуално с колегите. Имаме вариант работа в екип, имаме вариант всеки се обучава, т.е. прави се една среща, имаме един лидер, който обучава всички, може да имаме един към двама, един към трима, зависи кой разполага вече с уменията да наблюдава и да дава обратна връзка.
the senior maths people comes in and coaches them at the same time. And that is very time efficient because you have half the number of meetings, and often the conversation is better because we're talking about our shared problem. So that's the first decision. Who does the system? Who is in the teams? And that depends on your capacity and your leadership structure. The second decision is then how it all works in time. And we'll come to the second decision is the content, but we have decisions 3 and 4. What's the time structure? So 1, 2, 3, a couple, 2 weeks in between.
Работи добрата система. В някои училища ще станат 15 циклите, другите 12. Обаче, ако са само 4 цикъла, това не е достатъчно. Ако заделили само 4 дена за обучение, задавате една хубава идея, по която всички трябва да мислят и им давате 8 седмици за упражнение, обаче още на 5-та седмица всички са се отказали да го решават.
So if you want to get people constantly thinking about an idea, you have to have much shorter loops of push it on, push it on. Another model is, here's a school where they call it cycles.
Това е друг вариант на модела.
3 cycles.
Това е
One is
модел
longer.
с 3 цикъла. Единия е по-дълъг, просто така се е наложило, но отново имате цикли през 3 седмици. Идеята е реално същата, обаче те му викат първи цикъл, където ще упражняват посочването, а втория цикъл ще използват техниката на показването с модел и скелето, и третия им цикъл е посветен на практика и връщане на информация. На четвърто място процедурата на обучаване. Много харесваме рамката на Бамбрик Сантойо. Някой от вас чувал ли е за тази рамка? Много е известен той в САЩ. Създава един процес 5 пета на латиница. Точна оценка, проба, проблем, практика, план. Какво означава тази техника? Когато наблюдавате как колега преподава, първото, което правите, като се срещнете с тях след това, давате точна похвала. Тоест, учителят трябва да се почувства добре, обаче трябва и да има план. Тоест, хвалите какво е направил добре, но конкретно. Какво означава това? Хареса ми, че е направил упражнение по двойки, защото по време на този урок много хубаво накара първо А-тата да говорят, а после и Б-тата. Чух, че всички деца взеха участие. Това е точна похвала. Не е достатъчно да кажа, ама много хубаво направи упражнението по двойки, чудесно ти се получи. Това не помага. Да, конкретно да кажете, че много ви е харесал въпроса за пчелата, че много ви е харесало, че всички са взели участие. Тоест, когато хвалите, похвалата трябва да е конкретна. После тестваме, пробваме. Не казваме на учителя какво следва да направи, ами питаме. Ти как мислиш? Къде в урока ти се получи по-трудно? Къде мислиш, че можеше да се справиш по-добре следващия път? В кой момент се усети, че не върви добре? Така сте задали въпрос на учителя и сте му дали възможност той да ви отговори преди вие да му кажете. Може това да сработи и в група. След малко ще ви го представя, например. И сега, да, от това упражнение са излезли няколко проблемни ситуации. Следващата ви стъпка е да попитате учителя върху кое иска да се фокусира през следващата седмица. Той ще ви каже, ами мисля, че не ми се получи с упражнението по двойки. Или ще ви каже, мисля, че с листовете видях, че преписвате един на друг, да пробваме да поработя върху дисциплината. После е етапа на упражненията, практиката.
Which classes will it be? What's the technique going to be? Let's run through your approach. How are you going to do it? And we rehearse it with the teacher. And finally, we say, okay, so let's just be clear. Our next meeting is in 2 weeks' time. So we look at the calendar. I'm trying to control my laptop here. We go back to our diary, and the diary has got the dates in it. And we say, so here we are. We're doing our coaching. We're in week 6. So the next session is in week 9. So when are you going to see the class? And we plan. We say, okay, so by that time, that's next week, the week after, I'm going to do a learning walk here. And we're really precise about it. And Babrik Santoyo says, one of the biggest failings in professional development is that fifth step. It just doesn't happen. It's all talk and no action. We talk, we go, yeah, great, yeah, I must do that, yeah, I really should do that, I really should do that, that's a good idea, I really should do that. But we don't do it because we don't make a commitment to it. So we have to have this process of saying, I'm really going to do that thing, and you can come and watch me do it. So the question I often ask when I'm consulting in schools is, okay, here's a really good structure for how to run a meeting. Do you use it? And if the answer is no, I'll say, so what else do you use then? What is your system then? And often the answer is, oh, we just talk. There isn't a structure. But with this structure, it can be really precise, and you can train people to do it really well. We say, let's remember what precise praise is. It's to affirm the elements that have landed successfully. It's to say, which part of the technique is landing successfully. Let's practice giving precise praise. We can practice doing that. We can get better at it. Let's practice probing. Probing is to uncover the elements of the step that need further work. Let's work out how to do that. Let's practice probing, asking probing questions, and we can get good at doing the technique. We can have documents. Here's one from a school in England, the English department in a school in England. They've got their their techniques here, think, pair, share, quizzing. The teacher is using this form for herself, the head of English, praise. She's written down, I've been around the lessons, I'm looking at all the lessons in my department, and this is the praise I want to give. These are the things I've seen that are working well. Then she says, probe, here's some questions I've got. For example, think, pair, share, forgetting to give thinking time.
Ето и отговор. Забравила е колегата да даде време за размисъл на двойките. Това е списъка от стъпки на една колега, която работи с 18 учителя в факултета по английски. Ето тук си е отбелязала стъпки. Отбелязала си как на практика ще се отрепетира това и си отбелязала последния ред, както на следващата среща тя самата си е изработила подсъпки, които да използва по време на срещата с колегите и рутинно използва този документ. Това е една добра система. Сега въпросът ми е каква е вашата система?
Okay, so going back to, I know I haven't done these in order. It's just because it's sometimes easier to do it in a slightly different order. But let's say we've got the teams, we know the team, we know the overall structure, and we know the coaching process. So that's not 1, 3, and 5. The next thing we have to talk about is what's our teaching and learning focus. So in a good school system, everybody knows what the focus is. So it could be, I'm struggling to control my laptop.
Сега тук имам малко проблем с слайда. Не мога да...
And I'll just show you one of my favorite ones because it's
да
so
прехвърля
clear.
на този екран, който ми е
Here's
необходим.
a school where they have got
Имам един
a
пример
really nice
с
model
едно
for their teaching and learning,
училище, където
and everyone knows
наистина
the
използват
techniques.
прекрасен модел, всички си владеят
And here it is,
техниките.
this one.
Ето го.
So from all of the different techniques that they could be picking on, their focus is this is the school called Ashford Park. It's in Surrey, outside
Това е едно
London.
училище в
And
Съри,
It's
близо до Лондон,
a
Ашфорд
free-form
парк се
entry
казва.
primary school, so there's 3 classes, parallel classes in each class from
Във всяка
grade
година
reception class up to grade 6. So there's, 3 teachers teaching year 6, 3 teachers teaching year 5. There's quite a few of them. There's 30
по
teachers altogether
трима
or something.
учители влизат
So
в
they have worked
първи
on
клас, втори клас,
two key
начално
ideas: positive
училище.
relationships and make everyone think are the
Ето им ги
central
техниките,
headline ideas.
ключовите
And when you
идеи,
look on positive
позитивни
relationships, the walkthrough for that talks
взаимоотношения.
about kind.
Тук имаме техника, как да използваш, да викаш децата по име, да си любезен, да включваш системно всяко дете в отговорите на всички въпроси и така нататък, да даваш обратна връзка. Картографиране на учебния план, така че да са наясно всички учители какво е учено в предишната година, в следващата година какво ще се учи. И това са им техниките, изиграване на живо, изграждане на скели и метакогнитивно описание на мисловния процес. Това са техниките. Друго, използват същите 3 техники, за които говорихме ние до сега. Белия лист, посочването и така нататък. Предполагам, че във всички училища се използва нещо подобно, но фокусът тук е много по-ясно изразен. И какво означава това? По-лесно могат да напредват те. Направили са избор. Друго решение, което трябва да се вземе, е как да се осъществи обучението. Кой обучава по техниките? Кой може да се изправи пред колегите си, да го изиграе, да демонстрира, да ангажира всички? Т.е. трябва да има програма за обучение, така че всички учители да вземат участие. И накрая процес на проверка на реалността е един вид. Сега, когато си водя урока, знам какво правя. Обаче, когато наблюдавам урок, същевременно планирам какъв ще бъде разговора ми с колегата след това. Може да се използват различни методи, може да се прави видеозапис на урока, може да се да вкарате да наблюдава друг човек от екипа, може и обучителят да наблюдава. И така, как става тази проверка на реалността? Първия път обучаващия може да каже: хайде сега всеки да се запише по време на част от урока и ще си пуснем клипчетата един на друг, когато се срещнем следващия път. Изберете си коя част от урока ще запишете и ще покажете. Да речем, може да се разделят колегите на двойки и всеки да покаже клипчето на колегата си. Може лидера да отиде и да седне в часа на колегата и да наблюдава. Може по двойки да се наблюдават учителите. Ето, накрая имаме една обща среща или гледаме клипчетата, които са записали колегите, или се анализираме. Стига всички да са наясно, че няколко пъти през годината ще мине това упражнение, всичко ще е наред. Сега в Англия имаме една концепция учебната разходка. Аз, например, съм главният учител по физика. Имам 6 човека в екипа и искам да посетя всеки. За по 10 минути при всеки учител. Така ще съм ги видял всеки как преподава. Обикалям от класна стая в класна стая и съвсем набързо придобивам представа за няколко урока. Не ми се налага да гледам целия урок на колегата. Ако влезеш за 10 минути, напишеш оценка за този учител и сравниш оценката, която е написал твой колега, който е седял по време на целия час, разлики няма да има. Това е доказано. Тоест и да седиш цял час, няма да научиш нищо повече и по-различно от това, което си видял за 10 минути. 10 минути ви дава достатъчно информация. Няма нужда да стоите 1 час. Може да използваш следващите 10 минути да погледаш другия учител. И така за половин час ще си влязал при 3 учители. Това е по-добро управление на времето, вместо да се чудиш как да отделиш 3 часа, за да влезеш при 3-мата. Това са решенията, които трябва да се вземат. И така, когато ги вземем, сме изградили система, в която сме планирали процеса за цялото училище. Според мен добре сработва тази система, когато всичко е разяснено пределно добре на всички. А по отношение на фокуса върху преподаването и ученето, не знам доколко сте запознати с това. Когато правим нашите разходки, имаме една рамка. Тя е невероятно чудесна. Тя е много подробна. Подсказва ви всичко, за което трябва да следите. Има критерии, има и теоретични части. Т.е. това е един ресурс, с който разполагате. Но в тази рамка се описва целият процес на преподаване. Трябва обаче да се подбере само част от него. На нашата страница има 50-60 техники, много е подробен. И хората даже се оплакват колко са много. Аз какво ви им казвам? Вие сте тези, които трябва да изберете върху какво да се фокусирате. Аз няма да избирам вместо вас. Вие трябва да решите кое е най-важно в момента. Може би най-важно ви е управление на поведението. Може би най-важно ви е техники за задаване на въпроси. По всичко имате достатъчно информация. Но кой следва да направи избора? Кой ще избере?
Има едно училище в Тайланд, с което съм работила. Споменавам го само защото им съдействах за разработване на процеса. Те разполагаха с около 25 различни идеи, които са генерирали. Направиха една голяма среща на всички, които работят в училището. Това е най-голямото начално училище, което някога съм посещавал, с по 8 паралелки. И, примерно, в 4-ти клас има 8 паралелки, 8 различни учители. Наистина много голямо училище, по-голямо не бях виждал. Затова трябваше нещо, което да свърши работа на всички. И заместник директор казва, ето това са идеите, които предлагаме. И ако искате, училището се казва Патина, ще си изберем 6. Те ще се казват 6 принципа на Патина. И всеки трябваше да защити принципа, който им се струва най-важен. И след като един бъде защитен и одобрен, ги слагаме на дъската. В края на крещата броя бяха 8-9. Това бяха финалистите, така да се каже. И трябваше да ги намалят, да стигнат до 6. Обаче, като станаха последните 7, не можаха да се откажат от нито един принцип, защото всеки от тях имаше много защитници, които много активно се бореха за него. И така 6 принципа на Патина станаха 7 принципа на Патина и те сега ги прилагат. Принципите включват един принцип, при който се повтаря, за да се научат децата да се изразяват. На следващото ниво има принцип за позитивна комуникация. Вместо учителите да кажат спрете да тичате по коридорите, казват моля всички да вървите спокойно по коридора. Много са дисциплинирани децата там, строга е дисциплината. Това, което искам да кажа, че започнаха с 25 възможности и успяха да си изберат 7-те, които са им най-важни. И това са принципите, които вече са избрани, одобрени от всички и всички учители са участвали в тази дискусия, в това решение. Това е важно. Тук имам друг пример, при който директора и заместник директора посветиха цяла година на една концепция, която после представиха на своите учители. Им казаха, ние наблюдавахме вашите уроци и смятаме, че това ще е добро решение. Направиха предложение. Учителите се съгласиха и започнаха да го прилагат. Така че не е задължително да използвате единия подход или другия. Не е задължително всички учители да участват в разработването на системата, обаче ако вие я разработите и им я предложите, трябва да може да ги убедите, да им докажете, че това е практически приложимо и е добра идея. Това е един от методите, който е изключително подробен и много добър пример за методология. Това, което обаче трябва да се направи, е да се разбият отделните елементи на малки стъпки, на малки частици, така че да бъде реално изпълнимо. Това е целта в най-общ смисъл. Ще направим само още едно нещо, преди да направим почивка за обяд. Малко по-малко интерактивна е тази част, давам си сметка, но сега, кога нещата се получават, кога може да разчитаме, че ще имаме успех? Ако имаме ясно разпределени роли. Да кажем, ако аз преподавам природни науки, ще наблюдавам моите колеги, които преподават физика, химия и биология, защото не мога да наблюдавам преподаването по даден предмет, ако не го познавам. И разбира се, аз ще се опитам да им помагам, да помагам на моите колеги. Не да им правя нещата по-сложни, а напротив, да им помогна, да им дам идеи да направят нещата по-ефективни и по-добри. И така, ролите трябва да са ясно разпределени. Също така трябва да има ясна роля и ясен процес на преподаване и обучение. Всички различни техники, които ще се използват в класната стая, трябва да са били преподавани на учителите. Всеки трябва да знае какви са различните техники, трябва да има едно общо разбиране за тези техники. Например, задаването на въпроси на случайен или произволен принцип. Всички трябва да знаят какво представлява това. Като питаш 3 човека, трябва да дадат един и същи отговор. На следващо място, културата трябва да бъде позитивна и хората да се чувстват спокойни от това, че някой ще дойде и ще наблюдава техния урок. Не да се паникьосват. Например, в едно училище отидох на случайен принцип, отворих вратата и исках да гледам как една учителка си провежда урока, обаче тя се паникьоса и каза, не съм готова, не може да гледате този урок. Обаче тя трябва да е готова, защото все пак преподава пред ученици, значи със сигурност се е подготвила. Обаче тя не е виновна. Виновно е ръководството, защото явно атмосферата е такава, че учителите не се чувстват готови да бъдат обект на такава дори неофициална проверка. В някои други училища обаче е прекрасно, че учителите се радват и те канят и казват: да, добре, елате, гледайте ми, ще ми е приятно да присъствате на моя урок. Обикновено в такива училища често има наблюдение на провеждането на часовете и затова учителите се чувстват комфортно в този процес. Обаче въпросът е също и колко често да се прави, защото ако е прекалено често, става прекалено времеемко, ако е прекалено рядко, пък хората губят инерция. Също така трябва да има ясни правила, които да се следват в процеса на наблюдение на часовете. Трябва да има не някакъв неструктуриран разговор, а да има конкретни стъпки, които да следваме. Например, какво се е получило добре, какво може да се подобри. Тези наблюдения трябва да са структурирани. И на последно място, много често това, което виждам в училищата е, че много неща нови ушким са въведени, обаче реално в часовете нещата си вървят по стария начин. Много често причината за това е, че няма достатъчно ниво на ангажимент. Да кажем, въведени са концепциите, но нещата не се случват на практика. Обаче в училищата, където нещата реално се случват, обикновено има поне няколко човека, които са много активни, които обикалят из училището и побутват колегите си, ги окуражават и ги насърчават и им казват: нали, помните какво се разбрахме миналия път, като бяхме на срещата и се разбрахме, че ще правим това и това, и те носят положителен заряд, енергия, мотивират своите колеги като треньор, който си мотивира отбора, им казва: хайде, давайте, може да се справите, защото ние преподаваме на деца и трябва да ги научим, и това е изключително важно, защото децата трябва да научат материала и трябва да им преподаваме по един възможно най-добър начин, защото искаме децата да се учат, искаме да научат това, което им преподаваме. Това, което правим, е наистина смислено. Трябва да изберете човека в училище, който има такава енергия и може да мотивира другите и да дадете възможност да заразяват своите колеги с тази положителна енергия. Това мисля, че понякога е трудно за осъществяване и за описване, но е много ценно. И когато разполагаме с всички тези елементи, системата, процеса, съдържанието, вече имаме необходимата основа, но ни трябва и тази енергия от нашите колеги, които имат силата и способността да ни мотивират. Трябва да намерим правилните хора, които могат да направят именно това. В последната ни сесия ще започнем с въпроси. Така че, моля, сега, докато обядвате и си почивате, си помислете за евентуални въпроси, които можете да ми зададете, защото след обяд ще ви помоля да ми зададете въпроси.
Има ли въпроси евентуално? Извинете.
Мислете за въпросите, think, говорете с колега, pair, and share after lunch. Thank you very much.
else, and that's fine. So you have to flex according to the needs of the teachers in front of you, for sure. But I do think all teachers, especially teachers who are finding teaching difficult, it doesn't help them to be marginalized and outside of the discourse which is slightly more ahead of them. That can be deprofessionalizing. So we might have a really good discussion about modeling and scaffolding, even if they're not quite ready for it, because they're still involved in the conversation and they're hearing everyone else talking about it, and they can see that as their agenda in the future. But you might just need to give them some additional attention, just like you would with the football analogy. Give some people some special attention because, they're not quite doing the thing everyone else can do. So it's complex. So for that to work, you need people in the school who have the time to give to those teachers. And that means, whose job is it to do that? It could be the head of department. It could be that in this team discussion, you have to have a separate discussion with one of those people because they're not quite able to just follow the path everyone else is on. But that person needs to know that's their role and find the time to do that. I hope that answers the question. It's quite complicated. But yeah, every situation is kind of niche. And I also feel like even in that model where it's got the 3 cycles, actually what that school did, I didn't say this at the time because it's got an extra detail, but they didn't actually decide in advance that that's what they were going to do. What they did was the box here was blank. They did cold calling and think, pair, share, and then they thought, we're ready to do something else. So then they decided to do modeling and scaffolding. And when they had done that for a while, they thought, let's do practice and retrieval. So this is like a report of what they ended up doing. But they may have decided to carry on doing cold calling and think, pair, share for longer if they wanted to, because they were being responsive to what they needed. These are great questions. Let's have some other questions.
I'm curious to know this system that you've implemented in 1 year, that you're meeting with your team every 2 weeks. In your experience, how many years did it take for this to be established as a system, and it would give good establishment of culture that probably didn't exist there before?
Oh, well, that's a great question. So I think one of the things I'd say is, if I have that picture up, every school I've been to, almost literally every one, their second year is different to their first year because they change their mind about something. So, for example, and normally in a sensible way, so what is quite common is this. The people leading the discussion in the first year are more senior. They're like the principal and the deputy principal, or the person who's been on the course to be a coach. And sometimes they train the whole staff. If it's a small school, every single teacher is in the group. That group of 4 is actually 15 people, or the whole school. And often we start off with bigger groups and more senior people leading everybody. And then in the second year, you have smaller groups being run by what we in England call middle leaders, like the heads of department or year leaders. And so because we've got, people have learnt how to do it. So it's modelled at our top level first and then in the second year. So that's the first thing. And also we get more granular. So what can happen is in the first year, people really, it's about, what is a walkthrough? In my case, what's a walkthrough? What are the basic elements of each of the techniques? And, to get to the point where we've got that decision-making possibility to have this type of conversation. The first year might just be, let's get to the point where we know what show me boards, think, pair, share, and cold calling are. And then after that, it's the second phase is we're not going to forget about those techniques, but now we're interested in the subtle interplay of them and exactly the sorts of questions we would use, and weaving think, pair, share into more lessons and more curriculum areas, that type of thing. So we have a deepening. So that's the general travel. And then I think in the third year, then what I find, because we're now 5th year now of walkthroughs, so now we have a lot of schools who've been going for 3 years, and they say, what we want to do now is like, where do we go from here? Like, where can we get more subtle? And we do have a tool in the walkthroughs called the problem solution tool, where you say, well, let's move away from implementing techniques. Let's say, what are the problems we still have? And they do a round of evaluating more specific things, like it's the maths content, it's the writing content, it's the knowledge in the science tests. Let's really fix the smaller problems. So you get more and more precise. But in terms of the loop of the culture, I actually think the idea of meeting regularly and talking through these ideas can happen quite quickly. Once it's established in a calendar, and it happens, within a year, you get this idea that, oh, we don't get judged in our lesson observations anymore. How fantastic. We just get supported. We just have supportive conversations. I found that can happen quite rapidly, as long as the leaders really follow that through. I've seen that change really quickly, simply because nobody is ever getting a graded assessment or official evaluation anymore. We're just getting lots of supportive conversations. And I've been to many schools where that's been a very quick change. It's like opening the gates and people can just leave the cage. We're outside. It's fantastic. And like straight away, it's liberating. So that culture shift can happen quickly if you let it. I like these questions. But one of the reasons that when people join walkthroughs, they have to sign for 3 years. And sometimes people say, well, we only have the money for 1 year. And I just say, well, look, just take a risk on the next 2, because in 1 year, you won't get far enough. It's not worth spending the money for a year. How do you know? Like, you have to commit to 3 years, because you have to take the time to learn the system, to learn the routines, and to make it so that the teachers are really driving change. And it's like getting used to use a toolkit. Before I can really make anything, I have to learn how to use the tools. And sometimes learning to use the tools takes time before we can actually truly implement them fully. So I do think that sort of 2 to 3 year timescale is very healthy to have that as a kind of overarching framework. Okay, I'm going to also mix up asking questions to you. So I prepared some questions before, which are on the slides. If that's what we're trying to do, that's not the question I want to ask. It's this one.
Sorry, but there are more questions from the crowd.
No, there will be. No, I'm going to swap around. So don't worry, it's not the end of the questions. So I want to ask you some, mainly so that everyone's talking now. So again, are teachers and school leaders disposed to prioritise professional learning, embedding the time into the fabric of school life? So that's the question I have for you. Are you ready to make a plan like this and do it? So that's the question I've got for you. Do you think making this type of system is going to work for you? So are leaders and teachers disposed to prioritize professional learning in all the time you have at your disposal? Do you think that's something you're going to focus on, the time? Are you going to give people the time to observe lessons, to meet regularly? So that's a short discussion. So turn to the person next to you. Do you think, yeah, we're up for that, or not? Just briefly discuss that with the person next to you, and then, I'll sample a couple of people.
няколко минути или половин час. Половин час 10 пъти всяка година. И резултатите ще са наистина осезаеми.
Of my colleagues, well, I say, well, how many lessons do you teach a week, a month? Okay, well, do you have any free lessons? Well, what are they for? What are the lessons free for? Well, maybe once every 3 weeks, that hour, you go and look at some lessons. Maybe you don't manage to get to see literally every teacher, but you see most of them. If you make it your priority, you do it. Like, if it matters enough, you'll do it. If you think, oh, I haven't got time, and you're just in your office doing stuff or checking your emails or whatever, I just think, well, get out of your office, get off your email, get into a classroom, and guess what? You will be grateful because it's the best work. It's the most rewarding part of the job. I get to see my teachers teach. Make it feel, when you're in a lesson watching a colleague, it's the most important thing you could be doing. And nothing else is more important than that. What could be more important than supporting that teacher with their practice? Nothing. So don't let yourself be sucked into admin tasks and things. Focus on the main work. The main work is supporting teachers to improve. It makes the biggest difference to children. I always say this, you could burn or delete all your assessments, all your formal appraisal documents, and the children will never know. But they don't care about that stuff. What helps children more is when their teacher in the lessons is involving them more in the learning. And that is where the professional development is the most important thing. You're there typing an email thinking, what good will this do to anybody? Nothing. Okay, stop it then. Do something more useful instead. And there's always time to be found. So that's my first provocation, what do you find the time? I'll ask one more, then you can ask me questions. In this thing it says, I need teachers to feel fired up and ready to go, like motivated. Because if they're not motivated, they won't do it. And they have to have a concrete plan. So there's a toss-up here. Some schools will go to, everyone's too nice to each other. They're all those going, I love your lesson. Oh no, but yours was really great. No, but yours was really good. The kids love you. Oh no, but they really love you. And everyone's saying nice things to each other, which is great. But that's not helping them improve. In other schools, it's the opposite. It's always, well, they should be doing this. Well, they should be doing that. Well, they're not doing this and they're not doing that. And you're thinking, yeah, but that sounds a bit demotivating to me. You're just telling them off. So you have to find the right balance. So here's the question. Are teachers and leaders ready and motivated to embrace coaching concepts and structures that focus on professional development instead of scrutiny, compliance, accountability? So if you're a leader here, are you ready to shift your attitude so instead of going around the lessons with a clipboard, checking people and telling them off, are you ready to embrace a coaching idea and say, what are you doing well? How might I help you solve that problem? How can we support each other to solve the problems we have? So can you move away from compliance and accountability to professional development and motivate teachers who are currently maybe a bit demotivated? Like, well, how would you deal with a teacher who's feeling a bit, I don't care, it's just, what's the point? Have a discussion about that. I'd be interested to see what you think. I might ask a couple of people. So how can you make that shift towards teachers who are motivated to embrace coaching and leaders who are ready to make that shift? That's the question for you. So over to you, and then you can ask me questions. So be ready to share what you're thinking on this. I might drop in on a few people. Okay, let's just take some views on this. If I could ask with what that is. And then you can encourage them to say, well, that's working, or maybe try this, or maybe suggest that. But you show interest in their path. So that's a kind of, you have to sort of work out ways to unlock that. And if they say, well, what's the point of that? I have to go on this course. I would say, well, maybe we can coordinate the courses people go on so that they're part of a school agenda and so on. But I definitely think you need to bring the learning from these mandated courses into the school. Otherwise, they're a waste of time, and we haven't moved on. But definitely the motivation. I think teachers will be motivated if they feel they can do the thing. Sometimes teachers say things like, I'm a physics teacher, I just want to think about physics. And you go, okay, well, what will that look like? What will thinking about physics look like? What do you want to do? And they say, I want to use more apparatus and more. I say, okay, well, let's work on that for a while. But you still have to hold them to account and say, is that now making a difference to your students? Ultimately, it has to benefit the learners, not just you. Teaching isn't about making yourself feel good. It's about the children learning more. So we have to have goals which are to do with the students. But I do think if teachers are very sort of resistant because of accountability and them always being told, you have to sort of invert that and bring them into the conversation. Yeah.
I was just wondering, I missed the beginning of your talks.
It was excellent.
Yeah?
Yeah. The best bit, yeah.
The first thing that came to my mind to your previous question, the dedicated time from the teachers, the team. Don't you think that there is also needed a dedicated space, claimed space for such dialogues, exchange, communication? And shouldn't it not be contextualized via transdisciplinarity as an umbrella where everyone would feel invited to share? With this in Bulgaria, I don't know if you know, there is undergoing currently, as we speak, educational reform and how to transfer knowledge into skills.
Yeah.
And one of the roadmaps to get there is via intra-subject links as part of the curriculum, where transdisciplinarity comes in.
Okay, so I think so there's so many things going on. I'm going to see if I can click back to my diagram, because I feel like we need to be really careful not to mix up our agendas too much. And in England, there's been curriculum reform in the last 15 years, extensive. So when you have that calendar there, you've got meetings in the coloured ones are to do with, let's all talk about pedagogy, and that's a time. I actually think, and this is something which is debated, is that the most efficient unit, the best combination of people to be in a session are people who have the same curriculum to discuss. Because when I'm doing sort of questioning techniques in maths, one of the things is which questions, and which sequence of questions, and how do I make the questions incrementally more challenging? And what do I do if they don't get the answers right? And how do I make the questions more synoptic and more real-world orientated? And that's a maths-specific conversation. If I'm teaching science, I have to talk about different questions. So I do think subject specialism is an important idea. It's something which but of course, to be transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary, and there have to be disciplines first. So we need disciplines in order to be interdisciplinary, and that's the first thing. So I would say those meetings should be in disciplinary teams. But then in addition to that, we've got gaps in between, haven't we? We might identify another line of action in our calendar and say, let's take that week 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's have 4 sessions in the year where we meet in transdisciplinary teams and talk about how we link history to science, or literature to history, or technology to science. And we have some special meetings for that purpose. But they would be different ones, because there's a lot of curriculum resourcing, planning, whole projects we might plan. And when we're planning the curriculum content and the sequence of the material, That's a slightly different conversation to how do I run the classroom with my pedagogy. So I think you do need a good time and a space, but the way I would do it is by, let's say we have so many sessions in the year, let's say we have one a week or something. Some of them are for the transdisciplinary agenda, because that's coming our way, and the others are for when we're meeting to talk about our day-to-day pedagogy, and that's a separate thing. I mean, obviously they come together, but that's the way I'd operate it. Questions? Yes.
It's a bit of a follow-up to my previous question, but what we wonder is if you can comment, please, on advantages and disadvantages of having a school leader and not having a school leader within a team that, you know, overlooks what's happening, and or just a team doing things on their own.
Right, okay, so the advantage and disadvantage of having a school leader in your team. Love it. I actually think it's so interesting. What a great question. Because I feel like I'm going to just show this picture here of like different combinations of people. I think it depends on who you are. So I have found that as quite an assertive person with a lot of things to say, I need management as a leader. So for example, when I was a principal, with my own leadership team, one time, one of my assistant head teachers, she said to me, "Tom, you really do talk a lot in meetings." And I said, I know, is it bad? And she said, "Yeah, it's kind of bad." So we agreed as protocol where we rotated the chairing of the meetings. So, and this is, I'm just saying honest about my being aware of my own dynamics. So what that meant was we had 8 people in my team, and on an 8-week rotation, we take it in turns to run the meeting. So sometimes the most junior member of the team was in charge, and they would say, "Okay, so here's the agenda. So Tom, have you got any things to say about this?" And they would say, "Okay, thanks, Tom, that's great, and make sure other people had a say." So, and the reason I'm saying that is because if I was to go into a meeting and be the coach of that team, I think my presence might inhibit them from just talking freely, initially. So I think that's something to be aware of. However, I also think that sometimes without a leader, you've got the opposite, is that people can just not have the skills to challenge each other. And it's the biggest weakness of the non-led team. We've got colleagues who think that we're all professionals, but actually we're too kind. We never can say, like you might go to see your best friend teach, a colleague from work, but you're in their lesson and you get on and you see them all the time and you watch them and you think, "Oh God, I wonder why they're doing that. It doesn't work." And how do I have that conversation? So you have to, whatever you do, you have to train people to have the conversation. So if you have teams of people who are professional, you don't necessarily need to have a leader, provided that everyone is trained in the protocol. So somebody needs to chair the meeting. They don't have to be the leader, but they need to chair the meeting and say, "Right, let's do precise praise." That's what, in my school, that's what they do. Let's all do precise praise. What's been going well? Let's have a look at the technique, which specific aspects of the technique. Right, let's talk about probing. Let's talk about the challenges. And it's just the next thing on the agenda. Let's talk about the challenges. So we just have a routine to run through. And then we can be colleagues. We don't have to have a leader, but as long as there's a protocol. Otherwise, it can be a waste of time. It's sort of, and here's the thing, if let's say you 4 here are all colleagues and you had a meeting, and I'm the leader, I wasn't there, I should be able to say to you, "How did the meeting go? What were your action steps that you agreed?" And you should be able to tell me, "Oh yeah, we agreed that I would do this, they're going to do this, and here's the action steps." So I know that. So if I observe you, I know what you're working on. You're telling me, but it's not a secret. And I think that's important. Like, professional development isn't therapy. It's not like seek private. "Oh, but that was confidential. That was just between us." No, it isn't confidential. It's public information because the children are in the lessons. So you should have your own meeting, but then you need to be able to share that with somebody. And I think that works really well. I know a school in the northwest of England where they have this brilliant system. It's the only place I've been to where it works so well is they have 3 people, they have teams of 3. And they observe each other over the cycles. But then every half term, so every 6 weeks, they present what they're doing to a senior leader. They go to a meeting where they say, this is what we've been working on, this is what we said in our last meeting. So they report to somebody what they're doing. But then no one is ever in their meeting, but they have to tell someone else about it. And I think that's quite a good system. Yeah, so those are the advantages and disadvantages. What I always do as a consultant when I go into schools, we look at all the teams in the school. We say, who's doing the meetings? Who's driving that process on? And I say, so where do you think that'll be going well? And they say, oh, it's fine there. That's great. The head of science is brilliant. The year 3 leader knows what she's doing. That's fantastic. I'm not so sure about that one. I'm not so sure about that one. And we normally have to talk about, well, how would you support that team then? You're already thinking that team's not as strong as it could be. So have you done some training with them? Have you gone to one of the meetings to model how to do the process? You know, you have to help people get better. And I love managing this process with teachers, with leaders. I say, when's your next meeting? Great, okay, should we do a learning walk together? Let's go and look at the lessons together. And we go together. And I say, so what did we notice? What are we looking at here? What are the challenges? What might be a good agenda for your next meeting? What precise praise might you give? What problems might you focus on? And I guide that teacher, but they go and do the meeting. I'm not there, but I help them think it through. And I think that kind of training is really helpful. Any other questions? Yes, thank you.
My question is, where do you see the future of education considering all the AI and technology advancements?
Oh, God. That's like a whole other conference. No, but that's a great question. Okay, so with AI, I feel like one of the things I think AI can help with is assessment. So I think in the future, in 5 years' time, there'll be a lot more sophisticated assessment tools that teachers can use to read student work and tell the teacher in detail how the children are learning. And I think that would be really helpful. So, for example, you can upload essays and things like that. And that will become the norm. So we'll be doing a lot of thinking about the information we can gather from our student work. We'll get a lot more information more quickly. So I think that will be one area. In terms of professional development itself, I also think this will be something which will happen, is if I go back, I'm going to find a slide where I had it. Let's say you've got this tool, the competency framework, or in the walkthroughs, we've got our bank of resources on our website. We are actually having an AI tool made for us by our we've got Dutch partners. They have a version of walkthroughs in Dutch called doorloopjes, which means walkthroughs in Dutch. And what they've made for the Dutch equivalent of our site is an AI assistant where you can type in questions and say, questions like, I'm struggling to manage the behavior of my grade 8 class. What do you suggest I do about it? And the AI assistant can search through the tools and suggest you might want to look at this step of this walkthrough and this step of this walkthrough because that might help you. It helps you sort of identify solutions. And that to me is quite helpful. And then as you use it more and more, the AI can also suggest scripts. You can ask it things like, what might be a helpful thing to say to a student who is struggling and doesn't understand? You know, what might you say to them? And it helps you script out phrases and sentences and question stems. So, you know, that type of use of AI I think is useful. So there's two aspects. There's one of how AI supports your professional development. There's even AI tools which can scan a video and analyze what you say. And I've seen this in operation. So you upload your video of your lesson to a tool, and the AI will tell you whether or not you're using positive framing well. And it will say, at 8 minutes, 33 seconds in this video, you said this. What you might have said instead is this, which might have had a more positive outcome. And that's pretty mind-blowing. But that is the kind of tool which is being developed because it can analyze the text, the audio much more quickly than a human could. I think we have to be careful, though, about it stopping you thinking, though, because there's some research recently, isn't there, about students learning with AI, that it can interrupt your thinking, so you're not thinking hard enough about your own practice. So we've got to be careful not to rely on AI, but I think it's going to become part of the mix. Okay, now there's lots of questions. I said this earlier. I've only got a few minutes left. What I want to do is just finish, if I can, by just to take it back to the classroom. Let's just remind ourselves what we're trying to do. One of the things that often happens is we do a thing called a class discussion. And a class discussion, actually, when you analyze it, has many components. So I'm going to use the walkthroughs tool to show you this. So here are some of the different walkthroughs. When I have a class discussion, I have some learning objectives. So we're not just discussing something to have a discussion. We're learning about some content. And so when I'm having a class discussion, as a teacher, I need to know, what do I want the children to learn from this? What do I want them to learn from this? I need to have decided. The tools I have, think, pair, share, we're going to start, if everyone's going to be involved in the discussion, I need everyone to be involved. So we're going to get them all talking first. I'm going to use my signal for attention, because I know how to stop them talking. Then I'm going to cold call people, so everyone needs to know they have to share. I'm going to use hands up for ideas, hands up for asking questions. So I'm going to see if anyone's got some extra to share afterwards. Cold call, cold call, cold call. Now hands up. We mentioned this earlier. I'm going to scaffold the responses. I'm going to help you organize your thinking with some scaffolded phrases. I'll show you that in a second. We're going to use deliberate vocab development. I'm going to get you all rehearsing language so that you definitely are all practicing using the words I want you to learn. And finally, we're going to use this tool called compare, contrast, and categorize, which helps you organize your thinking. So these are all the tools I'm trying to feed in. And actually, the class discussion walkthrough looks like this. And all of those things are in there. So we start with pairs, we use cold calling and hands up, we add, build, or challenge, and then we summarize. So now in my training, I need to make that feel real, right? So when we're training on this stuff in a school, how do I can't just, that's very abstract. We have to do it. So one thing I hope you've taken away from today, when you go back to your school, when you do training, you have to do the techniques in the training. You don't just talk about them, you do them. So let's do a class discussion. And this is great. So we have to have good material. Here's what we're going to discuss. Graffiti on a train. That's a train. These are my pictures. Graffiti on a train in Paris. And there's Banksy, a stencil on a wall on a house in Venice. Is it art? Or is it vandalism? And I'm an art teacher in this scenario. I want you all thinking about what we value from an artistic point of view. And I want you to feed in your opinion, but I also don't want you to just be feeding on ignorance. Now, the first time I saw this done was in a school where the teacher just said to the kids, okay, there's some graffiti on a train, is it art? Have a chat, that's what she said, which means just, okay, guys, have a chat. Do you think it's art? And the boys in front of me, they were right in front of me, I was just listening in, I was listening to what they're saying. This is what they were saying. Nah, it's not art, that's vandalism. No, it's not, that's art. Nah, it's rubbish, it's vandalism. No, it's not rubbish, I like it, it's art. Vandalism, oh, vandalism. It was just nonsense. They weren't learning anything. They were just sort of shouting at each other. They weren't having to make a reason, no argument, no structure. The teacher hadn't set it up for them to learn anything. They just were feeding ignorance versus ignorance, ignorance versus ignorance. The teacher who was with me, who had written this scheme, she was looking at me going, oh God, what is she doing? And I watched this person do it, and this is what was supposed to happen. Okay, let's think of some concepts which help. This is what the curriculum was. These are the ideas that they were trying to explore. Aesthetic value, is it beautiful? Who decides? These are questions. Who decides if it's beautiful? Is there a message? Is there meaning? And who decides the meaning? Has damage been done? Is that house damaged? Is that train damaged? Does it matter to the public wealth of ideas? Like, does it count? Does it add, rather? Is that contributing to our lives? Is that? Public space, does it impose on your rights? Does one person's rights impose on another? And does it matter if there's consent? Does it matter if we accept, oh, that's graffiti, but, you know, graffiti is part of public life? Or do we think, no, we don't like graffiti? What about the Banksy? Is his work accepted because he's famous? So this is the discussion the teacher wanted to have. And here are some of the words. So, aesthetics. I want you to practice using the words like, I find the Banksy aesthetically pleasing, or the graffiti on the train is aesthetically pleasing to me, but not to everyone. So let's say the word aesthetic. I want you to use that in your discussion. I say, you say. Aesthetic. Aesthetic. Right, so we're practicing. What about this idea of a genre? Like the Banksy as a genre, that stencil art is a genre of art. The graffiti on a train is a genre. Let's all make sure we can use that word genre, because your average teenager in England, when they see the word genre, they panic, because it sounds sort of foreign, French. They go, oh, what? Genre. How do I say it? So let's all just say genre. 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 Fantastic. So we're practicing. Why don't we use the word genre, aesthetics? We don't have to practice saying rights and consent, because they're easier to say. But I want you to use the word consent, rights. Let's explore those words. And finally, we're going to use a scaffold for the answer. I don't want you to just make something up. I want you to say, be evaluative. On one hand, it could be considered art. But on the other hand, it could be considered vandalism. So this lovely structure, on one hand, but on the other hand, it helps you oppose ideas without having to decide yet. I'm still thinking. On one hand, well, I think it could be art, but on the other hand. So that's what I want you to do. You could end up with overall, in my opinion. So if we're doing a class discussion, what I'm not going to do now is say, right, who'd like to kick me off then? Anyone want to get me started? Who'd like to have an opinion about the art? Anyone? I'm not going to do that, because that's going to be the same people who are going to put their hands up. I want you all thinking. So what do we do first? We're going to do a think, pair, share. And how does think, pair, share start? By thinking to yourself. And in a minute, you're going to share this with me if I ask you. So everyone has to wake up, switch on, be ready to share. Okay, so to begin with, on your own, in your head, no talking, what do you think? Is it art or is it vandalism? You could pick the Banksy or the graffiti, and just rehearse your arguments. Some of the phrases are here, but I'll leave it on this slide. Have a think to yourself, on your own, and then it gets you going, it gets you thinking. I only have a few minutes, so I have to condense this a bit. Okay, so you had a chance to think. So now let's have, if I'm running the room, I'm going to say, so person A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A. You go first, turn to your partner and say, okay, so on one hand, let's have a go practicing, saying that to your partner, and then swap. You might have to just chip in here and join the three, or come together. Okay, so off you go. Have a go. Okay, thank you, class. Now I'm doing the quick version of this because of time. So imagine this. So you've got your whole class, and we swap. We'll say now swap. So both people in the pair have expressed their opinion. So everyone in the room has expressed their opinion. Now I'm going to say, we're going to cold call. I'm going to say, right, so, okay, so what were you thinking? Yeah, what was your opinion about the Banksy?
На български.
Yeah.
От една страна си мисля за Банкси, че постройката, върху която е направен графита, е изоставена, най-вероятно не е поддържана и този графит създава атмосфера и е подходящо място по-скоро, отколкото във втората снимка, за предаване на естетическа стойност. Докато във второто изображение влакът...
Well, the train is a new one, and I don't believe it's a good place to...
Идеята на Твореца и с каквото и послание да е насочено то. Така че бих оценила като второто изображение, като не е подходящо за изобразяване на графити.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So that's quite a strong opinion. So if we could then interact, I could follow up and probe questions more. I could say, what about this and what about that? So that you've got a very definite opinion. Now, I could go straight to, as a teacher, I could go straight to volunteers. I could say, would anyone like to challenge that? Would anyone like to challenge that opinion with an opposing opinion? And then you have to think and listen. You can't just say what you were going to say anyway, because I've just asked you to listen and respond. So are you going to challenge?
Yeah.
Great.
На български ще карам.
Yeah.
Така, според мен, всъщност и двете неща могат да бъдат и вандализъм, и арт, и изкуство. Защото това, което много често не разбираме, ние го определяме като вандализъм и това разбирането зависи от възрастта на една личност и съзряването й. Следователно, нещата, които разбираме, ние можем да ги приемем като изкуство. Тоест, това е много субективно.
Oh, wow. So everything could be very subjective. And I'm going to write subjective on my board. So it's a great word that you've used there. And you've got quite a different opinion. This is great. This is what you want. But now I'm thinking in the classroom, so I'm going to, we have to sort of accelerate this. We've had two, because everyone was thinking, everyone, you've got two opinions shared. You, because I picked you by random, and you, because you put your hand up, because you wanted to challenge. This is what a class discussion feels like. But now I've got to think about everybody else. I'm going to say, okay, we've had two very different opinions. In your pair, which one of those do you agree with the most? And we go back to a pair, and now everyone's thinking and talking again. And then I'm going to say, what were you thinking, and what were you thinking? And maybe some other people put their hand up. And this is how we run a room. We run the class, so we're always thinking, is everybody involved? Is everybody involved? Is everybody having a chance to talk, to think? So we've switched between everyone talking, some people, you didn't volunteer, I picked you. And other people, hand up, I want to say something. Okay, hand up for that, what do you want to add? And then we write some key vocabulary like subjectivity and so on and all of that. So this is how we run a class discussion. And I'm going to have to stop there. But the point is, a class discussion is technical. It's got content. Compare, contrast, and categorize. Is it art or is it vandalism? This framing helps us think about ideas. The vocabulary, genre, aesthetics, rights, message. On the one hand, but on the other hand, the verbal, the scaffold for that. On the one hand, but on the other hand, it's a scaffold. I'm cold calling. We have hands up if I choose. I'm always using a signal to come back from the think, pair, share. I'm using the pair discussion as the core unit, and the whole time I'm thinking, I need you to understand about these concepts behind our definition of art. So it's got content. I'm not just having a discussion because it's interesting. And who needs to learn that content? Everybody does. So even with what can feel like an organic thing, a class discussion, it's technical. I need to keep in mind the need to be precise so that everyone is learning. And that's what good teaching is like. So, I hope you found that useful. I've enjoyed coming here. I'm coming again in September, which I'm very excited about. But enjoy the rest of the conference. And honestly, it's been an honor to speak to you today. Thank you so much.
And it's been an honor for us to hear from you and to experience your energy in making teachers around the world to be better teachers. And what I can promise you, and we should promise ourselves, is we'll follow this lead and become better teachers year after year after year. Thank you very much, Tom.
Уважаеми гости, продължаваме като дадем думата на Снежина Върбанова, която ще ви разясни повече за предстоящата сесия. Снежина.
Дали се чуваме? Чуваме се? Окей. Ще ми е необходима вашата... Аз съм Снежина Върбанова, работя към Фондация за образователна трансформация и от 4 години развиваме система за управление и развитие на професионалното представяне. Това е следващата тема от днешната конференция. Подготвила съм е така, че да е интерактивна, да могат всички да бъдат включени и ще имам нужда от вашата помощ, за да обърнем залата. Тоест, аз ще презентирам от тук. Ще има нужда да направим следното. Всеки да направим 10 полукръга, тъй като ще работите и в групи. Как изглежда това? Сега ще ви го нарисувам преди да станете. Чакайте малко. Значи аз съм тук, ето тук. Така. И имаме полукръг 1, 2, 3, 4, не, 3. Значи 3 полукръга, така, които са с по 10 столчета. След това имаме 4 полукръга, 1, 2, 3, 4 и накрая имаме 3. 1, 2, 3. В смисъл едно такова цъфнало цвете полу. Ще ви помоля, значи, да се изправите и да направим тия 10 полукръга. Това много ще ни помогне.
Излишните столове може да ги дадем тук назад, излишните столове, които не ползваме, или надолу.
Значи имаме 10 полукръга с по 10 столчета. Да, малко по-натам, нали? Не сме лепнати съвсем.
Ето, готово е. Имаш презентацията горе.
10. Ако искате малко ги издърпайте малко натам. Това как се движи? По 10 стола в полукръг, 10 полукръга. Успяхме ли? Мисля, че вече имаме достатъчно. Аз защо съм в това? Много празни столчета виждам. Дали сме по-малко от 100? Добре, окей. Сега ще ви поканя да... Преди да седнете, има втора една такава задача. Във всеки полукръг е важно да има хора от прогресивни училища и хора, които са гости на конференцията. Тоест всички сме гости, но да са смесени групите. Тоест във всяка поканете, нали, хора, които са гости на конференцията от извън прогресивните училища във всеки един полукръг. Не може да се пръснете просто.
You can mix. There are groups of representatives of progressive schools here and there, so please don't sit together, please mix.
А как се мести това?
Напред. Ето
тук.
Ето така. Ето там с компютъра.
Окей. Къде?
С това можеш да посочваш нещо. С ето това копче.
Иначе с това се мести.
Да.
Окей. Добре. Много ви благодаря за съдействието. Сега ще ви помоля да седнете.
Thank you, please sit down.
Успяхте ли да се смесите като групи?
If you're ready.
Ще ви поканя да седнете в групи, ако има някъде, където има по 2-3 човека, 4, да се пръснат да поканите.
Sit down, and if we have a very small group, I'm going to ask those people if we have groups of 3 or 4, like we have over there. Please either find more participants to join your group or spread among the other groups, because we don't want to have small groups.
Ами добре, значи ще ви помоля да седнете, за да знам, че сте фокусирани в мен. Да. Значи пак да се представя.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Nijina Varbanova. And for the last 5 years now, I've been working with the Foundation for Organizational Transformation and with Progressive Schools. Last 4 years, I was in charge of human resources, so respectively the person in charge of staff policy. And during the last year, I've been working also as a consultant with the foundation, and the different systems we incorporate and develop in progressive schools, we've tried to implement them in different contexts outside of the schools. And now I'm going to tell you what we have been doing over the last 4 years in the progressive schools. We have been developing a system for professional performance, including development and implementation. I'm very happy that Tom spoke before me, and this is specifically because we've been trying to implement and learn how to implement everything that he spoke about. I have prepared a presentation. I'm somewhat nervous because of this big audience. I get nervous when people are so many, maybe more than 80. But anyway, this is going to be an interactive presentation, so I'm going to really rely on you to be active and participate. First of all, we're going to address what students need. This is something that Tom focused on. Then we're going to talk about what the teacher needs, and then I'm going to tell you what we have managed to achieve, where we started from, and where we are now, in terms of the progressive schools. And something else I have prepared is the following. You will be able to use information from the very source. I'm going to tell you all those things I have prepared, but then you can hear direct feedback from people who are actually doing those things in the professional performance component. This is why you are divided into groups. This will be a very good opportunity to hear information from them directly and to get some feedback on what we're doing. First of all, we're going to do some brainstorming, then I'm going to tell you nice things, a nice story that's not just nice but also very interesting, and then we're going to work in groups. Now, talking about brainstorming, you know that it's important to be active. When we have brainstorming, we have no wrong answers. You know how this works. And here comes the first question. When I say students, I mean child, young person, adolescent. Every time you say something, we're going to also write it down on a lovely wall. So I'm writing down student now. Whenever you want to propose something, you can say, you can tell us your opinion. So challenge. What does the student need in school? Challenge. Understanding. Support. Safety. Friends. Examples. What do you mean specifically when you say example? You mean role models. Okay, role models then. Somebody else said something? Motivation? Skills? Learning skills in particular. A break. To be allowed to make mistakes. So, mistakes, clear instructions, rules, somebody said, inspiration, freedom, to matter, supportive parents, teachers, right? Of course, students need teachers in school. Anything else? Play and practice. So we have the parents, teachers, motivation, rules, clear instructions, inspiration, role models, play, practice. Okay, this is great. And now we come to the next question. I'm going to ask you to split into pairs. Work with the person either on your right or on your left and spend 2 minutes talking about the question. What does the teacher need? We've already discussed the students. We see the students need a lot of things. Do you have your pairs? Are you facing each other? Good. Now, discuss. Please discuss. What do teachers need in the context of a school?
Готови ли сте?
Are you ready? Okay, then. Can you please pass the microphone? Which pair will start? I can see this one here in the first row. As I could hear, most groups stated that whatever you've put down for the students is also valid for teachers. We discussed that motivation, freedom, and support are necessary at the same time, although sometimes they are contradictory to each other. We didn't know that we will come first, but in the spirit of the coming vacation, we think that teachers also need rest. Not only in the summer, but all through the school year. Rest and recuperation time. Just wait for the mic. We are 10 of us. We also claim that everything that's valid for the students is also valid for the teachers, plus strong coffee and a cigarette. Only that? But could you add something? Somebody says environment, supportive environment. I don't want to go into the details of it. Everybody knows what environment means. A safe environment to work at peace. It includes the facilities, the building, the rest facilities, and motivating salary, remuneration. I'm putting it down. Any other questions? You need the microphone. Supportive parents are important for the students. Then supportive leadership is important for the teachers. Adequate organization, support, understanding, trust, organization. Again. Am I missing something? Management. I mean support and organization. What else? Unfortunately, we can't hear, huh? teamwork, sharing, exchange. Thank you. We also need the foundations. Facilities. I'm a sports teacher, so we need the material facilities, the equipment, so that our kids can develop. One or two more. Velislav or Slavi, who will be first? Mine is the same as the previous one. Facilities and equipment. What else? Time. Somebody says time. Why do teachers need time? They need time for everything. Time for personal, professional development. I think that Tom also mentioned it. It's very important to build in the time for development. I admire your work. The first thing we need to take care of are the teachers. There are many expectations towards teachers. They need to be mature, but they also need to have the space to develop in order to become good role models for the students. Mind you, students are many different individuals. It's not one body. You as teachers are facing many individuals every day. I have this phrase prepared. It's the motto of the annual reflection campaign this year. When the student is ready, then the teacher appears. When the teacher is ready, the student changes. How well prepared the student will be depends on you. You are the ones who need to be well prepared, so prepared as to be able to let your students change. Students are really dynamic personalities. They grow, they develop, they evolve, and you have to be strong enough to let them spread their wings. 4 years ago, we would ask what are the skills and competences teacher needs in order to guarantee a successful class. My background is in business. I would go to a classroom and observe. I found out that the job of the teacher is multi-layered. I wrote some 16 pages of explanations about the duties of a teacher. Then we had an international team which studied the most modern curricula, methodologies, and made an analysis of teachers' competences. Finally, they came out with this competency model, the framework that Tom showed you in the previous session. It's solid framework of 9 main competences, 45, if I'm not mistaken, clusters, 193 competences, and more than 300 techniques. It's an enormous database. It's the instrumentarium, it's the toolkit available to every teacher. I can just talk briefly about them. I won't go into the details because I'm a psychologist. I'm not a teacher, a pedagogue. The first 3 areas have to do with the knowledge a teacher has about the students, their skills, their backgrounds. In order to be able to connect with your students, you need to know them. The second area has to do with professional competences, knowledge of your field, ease with which you use the terms and the subject framework. Then you have classroom abilities and competences. Maybe 40% of it is the techniques that Tom elaborated on this morning. We've integrated his techniques and tools into our framework. We even go deeper. I repeat, if you need a more detailed overview, you need a separate session on it. So we have an area which speaks about employing technology in class. Then we have feedback, planning. Then 6 and 7, classroom management, your favorite. Number 6 says behavioral management. I would say communication and interaction. The number 7 is safe and motivating environment so that everything here can take place, so these things that you mentioned. Then we have investment in personal development. And number 9 has to do with teamwork, community interaction, interaction with the parents and with society, with the local community. Why am I telling you about this framework? This is the backbone of our system at the Progressive Schools. We've used it to come out with the most important skills and competencies for our teachers. We have this chart. I'll just show you the framework to see it. Tom showed it to you also. It's an exceptional product output. We have this competence cards. These are our work standards. We are telling our teachers what our expectations are, and they are aware what our expectations are. So this card is divided into 2 areas, 2 fields: professional competences, interaction in the classroom, effective teaching and learning, and interaction with the parents. Then, on the other hand, we have personal and social competences. We are convinced that it's very important to work on your personality, work on your attitudes, abilities to cooperate, proactivity, and so on. You maybe are familiar with this card. This is our process. I'll tell you about the steps. The square in gray is the moment in the school year when we make our annual reflection and planning. In May and June, in our progressive schools, we make this reflection and we use the card I showed you a minute ago for self-evaluation. We use both grading and qualitative assessment. We use both the score system and qualitative assessment feedback. Everybody goes through this. This is done annually. Then there is another assessment. And when I say assessment, well, I can see some opposition. The job of a teacher is really multi-layered, and scoring and marking is not always viewed positively. Who assesses our teachers, coordinators? We can't have a system without a person responsible for this system and for this organization, which means that we need trained leaders. Yes, Tom was telling you about the different forms of organizing group work, organizing community work, but we've decided that we need a specific person who will be responsible for the assessments based on evidence. Teachers need feedback all through the year, and we need somebody to be responsible for it. Maybe I'm a bit idealistic. In public schools, we have the administrative position. It's usually a deputy principal or headmaster, headmistress, and their workload is really enormous. They need to write many documents, but what's more important is attitudes. Teachers are really critical of themselves. Self-criticism is really at the forefront. Teachers need to know how to do things correctly. Teachers need to have dialogue with colleagues. They need the support of their colleagues in order to be able to inspire their students and to bear the workload and the load that comes, the burden that comes with growing children. So, we start with our assessment. It's annual. It's actually a meeting. It takes an hour, perhaps. The principal is present. Our schools are really smaller. We are trying to introduce some changes, but we give our teachers the possibility to reflect on these cards, the whole of it, once per annum. and they're given feedback where they do well, where they need to improve, and so on. Based on this meeting, we have the outputs. The output are the individual objectives, the individual plan for development. I will show you how we give a scoring of the professional needs of our teams. This gives us the possibility to differentiate our objectives. This is very important for the teachers as well. It is important to differentiate between your students. So we have this plan as an output. This plan contains specific personal objectives for the teacher. We review these personal objectives twice per annum. Usually at the start of the school year, we make a fine-tuning, and at the end of the first term also. That's how we update our objectives and remain coherent. But that's not all. The pedagogical coordinator meets the teacher twice a year. In order to have this meeting, the coordinator needs to be aware of the teacher's needs, of the way they teach in the classroom. When I came to work for this foundation, Yavor Jonev told me, Snezhina, I want very much to transfer the care we show for our students to our teachers as well. That's what we've been trying to do so far. So, here in the middle, you can see the qualification program element. Somewhere here is the effort to prepare good induction programs for our new teachers. We want to support our new teachers. We're still learning. We have to work on it a bit. We've just finalized our methodological framework for new teachers with our coordinators this year. We have an interim review of the performance. We've color-coded it. You can see it's quite complicated, but I will explain. This is the professional status of our teams. To the left, you can see the areas of competence I just mentioned. These are the bigger divisions. Then you can see the submenus. Up there, you can see name. These are the individual teachers. And then you have each teacher's column, which gives you the performance of this teacher. You can open every square, every box, and you will see a written description of the needs, the good stuff, and so on. The red squares are beginners. Then, with experience, they would go orange. Mature, autonomous, self-sufficient teachers will be either dark green or light blue, and dark blue are the mentors, the qualified, experienced teachers who can support the organization's development. I'm showing you this table to see the color coding, and our qualification plan will be based on this document. So far, we've been able to only plan individual development from this year onwards, we'll be able to plan the developments of color groups and provide group support.
So you see them here. We have a breakdown by individual people, by stages. There are two levels of need. A certain group of people are far more advanced than another group which needs a lot more support in order to have the possibility to provide adequate support. Or care. Maybe care is the best possible word in this case. Qualification program I have already addressed, but it has the individual development plans. And these are the objectives that each and targets that each teacher sets for themselves on their personal card. And this is something we're going to address over the next year, including the targeting, drafting plans, and the way we develop these strategical documents to support what we normally do anyway. We move on and we reach the principles of the systems. I'm going to talk about this for a bit and then I'll let you work individually. There are 7 principles of the system which I've already mentioned. The first one is related to being responsible and committed. This means that each and every person who has decided to become a teacher has taken on the responsibility to constantly work to grow and develop in order to become better at my job. Then we have a commitment on behalf of the leadership to give space and support to the team in order to develop their individual potential. The second part relates to the availability of a clear and transparent standard. In our case, this is a competency model or competency card, which we use in order to achieve what we want to achieve, what we want to do when I monitor your performance in class for 15 minutes or for the whole lesson, and then I'm going to give you feedback based on mutual agreement we have reached on the basis of these standards which are available to each and every one of us at any given point in time. This means that we have transparency and visibility, and each and every member of staff can work on their own performance and professional development, because teachers, as Tom already said, develop best when they work in a team of other teachers, because you know how difficult yet inspiring our job is. The next principle has to do with supporting education and qualification. We need somebody actively involved in this work and not be overloaded by other activities. And what we mean here is that we need a person who is going to be responsible for this type of work alone. Sustainable and long-term development. When a system is competency-based, this allows teachers to track their own performance and development. These cards can be used by teachers to follow and track their own progress. Then individual and personal potential. It's very important to create focus groups, to monitor progress. Next principle has to do with the need to ensure flexibility and adaptiveness. This applies not only to teachers but to students as well, because the situation is always changing, the environment is always changing, and we have to be able to adapt, to adopt new measures, to fine-tune our mechanism. And last but not least, responsive and responsible culture to ensure high quality of work, because if we don't strive towards a high quality, we will not be inspired enough and inspiring enough. No, we spoke about the roles and the environment. It's important to have leadership which is actively involved in this work. It's important to work step by step, because the system cannot be introduced overnight. It takes years, and in the first year at least we're all learning how to apply those competences, how to move in the right direction, how to understand things in the same way, to share a common understanding. The first year is a year of achieving common understanding, and then we reap the fruit of all this effort. This is a special moment as any other moment that helps to improve professional qualification, support professional development of our teachers, because this is also a way of helping our students to develop. Okay, I can tell you many more things, but I will stop for now, because it's important for you to understand how the system works from the source. And in this case, teachers are the source. We have many participants amongst us here today who directly participate in this system. This is why I asked you to sit in these groups that are made up of representatives of different authorities. This is why we have 9 groups. Please sit in a circle. You're going to receive a flip chart each, and you're going to have to answer 2 questions. First of all, what kind of changes for myself and my team are taking shape since the launch of the program? We're talking about the progressive schools. Those of you who are not members of progressive schools will learn about this. The second question is, what would help this system be applicable to other schools? What would be your concerns? And in this question, we can have active participation of all members of the group. I'm going to ask you to sit in a circle so you can discuss freely. You have 20 minutes for this discussion. Please select a moderator in order to have a structured discussion and allow everybody to have a voice. Those of you who are guests can ask questions and receive more information. Each of you will get a flip chart, and you can write the answers to the first and the second question. Actually, you're going to get 15 minutes per question. If you have enough time for the discussion, I'm going to give you flip charts and markers now.
words. And let's start sharing. You will tell me what you've written.
Да, точно така. Първо представя.
А по колко време има всяка?
2 минути.
I'll give every group 2 minutes to tell us their results.
Коя група е готова да започне?
Okay, are you ready? Who goes first? Let me think about it. Either I or Rosen will come to you and give you the microphone. The speaker will tell us about your results, and then we'll stick your flip chart sheet to the wall. Who is ready to start? Your attention, please. Look at me. Which group will start first? You don't have time to waste. Who's your speaker? Our question is as follows. What were the real changes in your work as teachers and in your monitoring since the development of your professional performance system has been part of the practice? The key thing is we are not criticized anymore. Every feedback has to do with improvement. We have the outside perspective that gives us security. We have specific objectives which are clearly identified, which means quicker performance and clearer track to achieving our results. We focus on our weak points and plan on improving there during our meetings. We have less administrative burden because the pedagogical coordinator undertakes many of them and supports us as teachers. Do you, the other groups, have questions related to what Ilian has just said on question 1? About the real changes in your work. Clear objectives. Changed your work. That's what you're saying. Now, what's your answer to the second question? You will wait? Perhaps? Okay, the next group. It's important to have a separate employee responsible for this. The administration of our public schools is very busy. They don't have the time for additional tasks. They're unable to cope with current issues, let alone work on upgrading our professional qualifications. Thank you, Group 2. Now the next group, please. You've answered the second question, right? I can answer the first one in brief. Actually, our answer to the first question coincides with what we've just heard. We've also noted down that defining objectives properly is very helpful. Regular meetings with the pedagogical coordinators are helpful. Easy, unconflicted communication within our community, collaboration within the school, professional collaboration, indeed supported us as a team. On the second question, how can this system be successfully implemented in other schools as well? We came to the conclusion that our approach should focus on support and mutual learning. It should not be one-sided. It should not be a type of lecturing. It should be an exchange of experience, pooling of experience. How can this happen in reality? We should work for adaptation, not for unification. What do I mean here? This framework should be available to other schools as well, but public schools should not be limited in terms of tools they could use to populate this framework. And also, in my opinion, this teaching method will be more successful, will succeed better if it is introduced gradually, perhaps with pilot projects and so on. What I mean is that this methodology should be introduced step by step. Perhaps we could introduce it for certain subjects first, or in certain faculties first, so that our teams there become experienced before we distribute it further. Very often we keep talking about innovative approaches, innovative teaching. What's actually important is to practice these innovative approaches, not leave them on paper. Last but not least, a key element here would be continuous support and resources towards the schools that wish to implement the system. I'm missing something here. When it comes to the regional and the national level, again, we should work step by step, gradually. And we've just had a great idea in our group. The regional education centers could also have people there trained as pedagogical coordinators. That's how at the regional level, those institutions, those authorities can support progressive education in more and more schools as a part of their duties. Thank you. Do you have questions for this group? Were they clear? Thank you once again. Who's next? Would you like to add something? No? Then who's next? Maybe you. How about your group? I'll speak on the first question about the actual changes. All right, yes? In terms of real change that we've seen, better quality of work, better focus of our work, we can follow up about our headway, which leads to measurable results, visible results for the individual who works on improving their skill set. Delegation of support is also important. We have this map, this color-coded table. You can see there who's available to support you as a teacher. Any questions from the audience for this presentation? No? Then on the second question, we didn't have much time to summarize our findings on the second question. how could you help the colleagues from the public school system? The colleagues say they would be open to adopting this system, but for us it's difficult to formulate a specific set of steps to implement the system. Yes, the gradual implementation was one suggestion from the other group. You agree with them? Then we have the next group. Well, we mentioned several things that you've already stated. Our opinion is that this system makes personal objectives clearer. It makes also the common objectives much clearer. We like the idea of changing the focus every year depending on the needs. And in terms of our individual development, this system is available to change the attitudes of the individual who work in it. Maybe something that nobody has mentioned so far. How do you balance scoring and assessment with praise and support? Also, this administrative effort to fill in the table, the cards, this requires some focus, some effort, some time. I think it would be burdensome. We don't have representatives of the public school system in our group, but we are convinced that the attitudes should change, the need should be accepted that these competences are necessary. That's how the public school system will gain support for the framework. It takes time. There are tools, however. If once they start, they will be able to implement the system, even integrate it into the mandatory assessment system that anyway exists in the public school system. Do you have questions for this group? No. No questions? So thank you. Who's next? Any more changes that you could see in your way of work? Clearer objectives and so on. Many things have been mentioned already. Give the floor to Clement. He will tell you. So, we came out with several focal points about changes after introducing this competences model. Clear focus, possibilities to make informed choices about your development. You have a fuller picture of the possibilities, and that's how you select your own objectives. There is the opportunity to go back to your initial objectives on several occasions through the year. Better support system. But the individuality, the personality of the pedagogical coordinator is very important. How they manage the system is very important. Also, sometimes it's this scoring system 1 to 4 is not clear enough. I don't think the descriptions of these scores are clear enough. The criteria are too general, in my opinion. One says that, yes, you are capable of doing the basics, and then 4 is, yes, you are capable of teaching others, but sometimes it's quite difficult to make a self-assessment of your capabilities to teach others. I think the scoring system should be better outlined. And we also believe that more frequent feedback would be beneficial, especially if we have more opportunities for observation in the classroom. I have a question for you. What has this system changed in your classroom since it's been implemented? For me personally, this system gave me the opportunity to select my own focus for development. The areas in which I want to progress, it gave me opportunities to go back to this initial object. But what changed about your students in your classroom? Oh, it depends on your objectives. Some objectives do lead to a specific change in the classroom. Some objectives would lead to internal development. For example, one of my objectives was to give effective feedback in a better way. This led to a better understanding of the students, of their results, but no real change in class. How about your answer to the second question then? Would somebody else present your second answer? Okay, me again. I don't mind. How can this system be applied in other schools as well? We have several suggestions. Let me take over. In order to apply this model, we need well-prepared coordinators. We need leaders. Also, we need to build learning culture within the teachers themselves. And this is a bit of an issue. In the public school system, the routine that we have is very strong. It's very difficult to break the routine of older, experienced teachers. And we have many experienced teachers who perceive change as a problem. Indeed, gradual headway is the key, with a lot of effort on both sides. Also, the students need to be prepared, because the students contribute to the whole process, including to the feedback we get. Thank you. Lily wants to add something. I've just got this idea. In order to have a successful implementation, this toolkit should be used as a part of the support system for the teacher. It shouldn't be used as a method to point mistakes. The attitude of the teachers won't be positive if this model is used to point to mistakes. Thank you, Gvil. Thanks, everybody. We haven't heard from two groups, the one here and the one over there. We don't have much time. Javor wants to have his closing remarks. So I'll give you the answer to the first question. We've gathered here as people who don't work with the system yet. Some of us are a bit informed. So preparedness is important for us as individuals and as a team. Number two, we need to have unified objectives in the team, and we need to have understanding within the team. On the second question, I work in the public school system. What you've shown us so far as a teaser, for me and for many teachers in the state school system, can be quite scary. For me, what's important, the key word is context. Contextualize it. It would be successfully implemented if the strong suits of each school are taken into account. For example, in my school, the strongest point is that we have this open classroom culture. If we step on our advantages, our strong sides, then it will be implemented much faster. Maybe it won't be implemented 100% as we've seen it happens with you, but the specific context should be taken into account. Thank you. Your comment was really useful. Anything else, colleagues? Javor is a group himself. Very quickly, I hope you've understood correctly. This is a management system that steps on competences that you already have. You should have some basic understanding of the big framework about which we've talked. You need to have undergone the first 2 or 3 levels. You need to be aware of the framework of effective teaching, of the walkthroughs. Otherwise, even if you introduce the management system, it won't work, because you need to walk through the first steps first. You need 2 or 3 years to implement the framework before you reach the level of the management system. The last group, you ladies in the corner, we'll be very quick. Our main points are clear objectives, as many have already said. Exchanging experience in professional learning communities, feedback for our professional skills from the pedagogical leader, the students, the parents. On your second question, planned conferences with other schools and advertising of the method. A small clarification, if you allow me. The correct way to say it in Bulgarian has the stress elsewhere. Okay, what's your general comment on what we've heard so far? Do you have additional comments or questions based on what we've just heard?
Добре.
Okay. A few key points. Introducing the system requires time requires training people who will be responsible for system integration, requires integration step by step depending on the context of the relevant school. It requires us to read the relevant documentation very carefully for the specific school in order to address all relevant issues and be able to translate the system in the language and the context of the given school. We're doing this currently with 2 schools, and it requires us to understand that we need time from the first year will be dedicated to studying and learning. And something very important, this system is one that gives us a necessary toolbox and places it in the hands of the people who are responsible for running the school, assisting for managing it from inside out and teaching the leadership to be good leaders, good managers, to lead their staff and their team successfully. So this is the first important part and element of the system. And this is our natural bridge to the next question, what the leader needs. This may be the headmaster, deputy headmaster, or the pedagogical leader. This is the next step which we're going to address. It includes developing a competency model for school leadership, 360-degree feedback. We're in the process of such feedback. Also, assessment center for development and selection, and a leadership program. This is the first year in which we've taken steps to support school leaders in their development. We already completed 1 module, and 4 more modules will be implemented over the next year, because these people should also be supported in an adequate, modern and up-to-date way in order to be able to themselves support and develop and grow their institution, organization. So basically this is all I had prepared for you. Thank you. After Snezhina, we are going to hear from Svetla Petrova, who is here. So please turn your chairs around without moving them too much. Just turn to face the stage to hear what she has to say. Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope that you have some more strength at this final closing stage, these last few minutes of today's session. Myself and Yavor want to tell you about 2 new organizations that were recently created, enlarging the scope of Bulgarian ecosystem of progressing schools. I hope you'll find this interesting, because these 2 organizations that I'm going to mention just very briefly, slightly outside our ecosystem, and I hope they will affect the whole Bulgarian education market.
Новоучредената организация на Фондация за образователна трансформация, която ние нарекохме формата.
We have called formative matrix. You see our home screen of our webpage of formative metrics. It was created only 2 months ago, but it already has some experience and portfolio. It is positioned, as you can guess from the name, in the field of assessment, measuring, assessing and measuring progress in the field of education, including professional competency. This is the team which created the organization, but I hope we're going to grow. I hope you see Valeria's faces. Sava Kiriledov is in the middle in white shirt. I'm very happy to introduce him. Javor Jonev is also in the picture. He's one of the founders and backers of this idea. Snezhina Varbanova, whom you have the pleasure of listening to, myself, and three professors. I would especially like to say a few words about them. I assume you probably know them, but Dimitar Atanasov of New Bulgarian University, Kirill Bankov of Sofia University is another, and the third one, Dr. Chalev, also of New Bulgarian University. Why did I mention them specifically? Because they are among the very few Bulgarian experts in psychometrics and evaluation and assessment. They have a wealth of national and international experience. This team we have at Formative Metrics convinced me that very soon we'll become leaders on the Bulgarian market in the field of assessment and evaluation. And in parenthesis, because we're talking about evaluation, I have to mention an event that took place about a week ago, actually a week ago on the 17th of June. The OECD education report was presented in Bulgaria. It is called Education and Skills, and this report concerns the overall progress and development of the education system in Bulgaria at school and university level. And there are two important aspects in this report that I want to mention, specifically concerning evaluation and assessment of education in Bulgaria. What does the report say? Inter alia, two very important messages. First of all, related to external evaluations that are conducted on a national level, things we have probably thought ourselves and discussed among ourselves, but when this is explicitly mentioned by the OECD, especially in the context of our country's efforts for accession to the OECD, they sound even more important. The report states that these evaluations should be a tool to assess the education landscape and support national policy, and the fact that results are not subject to in-depth and comprehensive analysis supported by feedback to schools deprives them of a very important tool which would otherwise support the development of education on a national level. And last but not least, the report states that national external evaluations should be improved in terms of quality, and the lack of psychometric characteristics and clear criteria do not allow their potential to be used in full. Secondly, as regards classroom evaluation, the report clearly states that formative education in Bulgaria is at a very initial stage, and the training of teachers to use this type of evaluation is very important and should be improved and enhanced. And another very important thing that I would like to underline, I've been working in this field for 2 decades, and this is the first time I see such a recommendation in a report, namely to reconsider the focus on grades. Namely, the recommendation is to reassess the way in which students are assessed, predominantly based on grades as part of a formative assessment, which should be balanced out by more accent on qualitative assessments, including feedback and development opportunities. Why am I saying all this? Because 2 months ago we got together and decided to create formative matrix, and At that point, we realized that the way in which students are assessed has a huge capacity to improve the education system and to help individual students to develop. But in Bulgaria, its potential is not properly applied, and therefore we realized that we must work in order to create a new generation system of assessment and evaluation, completely redefining the system currently in force in Bulgaria. So what do we propose? Assessment and evaluation based on professionally developed tools, based on clearly defined concept and competency framework. Second, using psychometric approaches. Three, building a comprehensive picture of the progress achieved by students, not only based on their knowledge and skill in a given field, but also focusing on their attitudes and the way this can have an impact on their progress. Four, focusing on assessing critical thinking, analytical thinking, and finding a balance between subject-related knowledge and skills and the so-called meta-competencies. And last but not least, authentic evaluation, which means evaluation which puts the student in a position where they have to solve a real problem, they have to show knowledge and skills acquired in school, but also ability to cooperate, problem solve, forecast, and to show that they understand not only subject-related concepts, but also much more general knowledge and skills about practically the way the world functions. Over the last few weeks, the Minister of Education has mentioned that external evaluations should be extended to cover not only mathematics but also natural sciences. We had also reached this conclusion. We think assessments should be interdisciplinary, and we are working in this direction. So this is our mission, and I want to wish us all success, because I realize that we have undertaken a very big commitment, a very ambitious task. And now I'll give the floor to Jakob to tell us about the other organization which supplements and adds on to what we're trying to achieve. Thank you, Svetla, first of all, because she's the person that provides the ever so necessary external dimension of the assessment of our education system. This is PISA. Thank you for those 20 years, and we hope that you have at least 20 more ahead of you. Just one thing I would like to add as regards our ambitions in formative metrics, and this has to do with the feedback in the evaluation process. This feedback should reach the student and the teacher, structured in the form of specific recommendations, how things should be improved for the particular teacher, particular student. Should not be general only for the school. And for me personally, the turning point will be when most teachers in Bulgaria will know and will be able to practically take advantage of this feedback we'll get as a result of the evaluation. This evaluation will not only be used for ranking purposes, but also for feedback that will be used in an effective and productive way. We know how to do this. we are going to work in this direction in order to achieve those results. We are optimistic because we believe that by changing the way assessment evaluation is performed and feedback is given to students, we can change the whole system of teaching and learning to achieve more effective learning. This is our ambition. Now, I have a task for you. You seem to enjoy think, pair, share. I'll give you the think part now, and you can do the pair, share later. Please think of possible ways in which you can make sure that your students will do the work and will think in a way that will be conducive to making the most of feedback received from yourself, among others. Tom Sherrington, that we heard today with great pleasure and inspiration, gave us an idea to this effect. You will receive this as part of the file from this conference. But I'm asking you, inviting you now to think about the way in which our feedback to students could lead to more work carried out by the students themselves and more thinking. Because learning can only happen through thinking. Now, very briefly, because it's already almost 5 o'clock, just a few words about the Institute of Effective Learning and thinking walkthroughs. Tom Sherrington, who was here with us today, is the founder of this organization. So our institute has already taken one step further from the purpose it was created to serve. It was initially created to serve the progressive schools, but now we're making one step further while remaining closely connected to these schools and their ecosystem. But we want to make our achievements available to all the schools in Bulgaria and also in the region. This is why we are changing the name of the Center of Methodology. Now the name is Institute of the Institute of Learning. You may ask, where's the teaching in this name? But this is a question for you to answer. The place of teaching in order to ensure effective learning, and how we do things to make sure that our work results in effective learning. The focus being on learning. The Institute itself has several directions of work, which can be very shortly summed up in the following way. R&D, which includes this model of competencies based on walkthroughs, our own experience, and many other things we have studied. We have worked in this field in order to develop it for more than 5 years now, subject-specific competency models, and many other different activities in the field of R&D. The second word is, of course, training. We go through, we're constantly going through a process of learning about learning, learning about teaching, using all that we are able to provide to teachers in order to help them be effective in their work. And this is quite different from what happens in traditional university programs, where future teachers are trained to become teachers by sitting down and listening to lectures, which itself is probably the most ineffective way to go about doing this. The third big word is support or coaching, because we are very much aware that it doesn't matter how good the training is if we're not later supported in the classroom, if we don't have this coaching in practice in the classroom, it cannot be implemented in practice, and this is very deeply interconnected with the topic of our conference. And the fourth word is dialogue. Without dialogue between ourselves, without dialogue which will open us to the state of the art of pedagogical science and practice, we cannot hope to become even better. This is one of our activities. We organize annual conferences in order to encourage professional dialogue. And each of those activities have two aspects, pedagogical and organizational, because it doesn't matter how good a given teacher is in purely pedagogical terms. If the school is not well organized, managed and led, it will not be effective, and the teacher will not be effective. They will be alone. This happens in many times, and we all know such examples, in many places, and we all know such examples. And now it is a great pleasure for me to announce our strategic cooperation with walkthroughs. The Sophie Institute for Effective Learning will be the partner of walkthroughs for Bulgaria, the Balkan region, and the neighboring countries. This is a long and complicated process, but we believe that our neighboring countries have the same difficulties, the same challenges as we do, so it's better to talk to each other, amongst each other, to help each other solve our problems. This is why we want to make the Institute a regional center. This is why the logos of both organizations are in English, because we have one language for lingua franca, in which we can all talk to each other, and this is English. And the last thing I want to say is that we plan to work with leading organizations and universities like walkthroughs, but others as well, to build a new school of higher education for teachers, an absolutely new one for Bulgaria and the region, which will offer state-of-the-art training for future teachers. This is our ambition. Thank you for your attention.
Колеги, а сега бих искала да ви...
Now I would like to invite you to enjoy a glass of wine to mark the successful first day of our conference. Tomorrow we continue at 9 o'clock with very interesting presentations and another technical issue. If you haven't returned your interpretation device, your headphones, please return them.